Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. It is Wednesday, October 29th, and it's 2 days before Halloween. Everybody excited about the Halloween? All right, so if you are on the replay or happen to watch it live, please give the stream a like, give it a comment, share it out, let people know I'm live. I'm working really hard to get better at doing this, so you got to work at it to get better. So just to get into things and not slow stuff down, I am going to now do the Matthew Pahl, I think maybe. I don't know. We'll find out how they pronounce his name in the opening statements. I have to say the prosecutor came out of retirement. She said after the Brooks trial, she was done, but she came out of retirement just to try this case for the family of the victim, which is very sad. It's a very sad case. Which is why I want to cover it. So it is Wisconsin versus Matthew Pahl. It's day one of part 2. So it starts out with the opening statements, and I think because they go on a little tour, so it stops, and then they come back on. So, but because I'm 2 days behind, we can zip through the breaks and sidebars and all that stuff. So this is more of like a speedy case that I'm going to do for this one. So, and then my plans are to cover the Julio, the Alicia Andrews. I do want to get that one in the books too. I would like to practice on that one. So anyways, let's get this started for the day. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the like button. Give me a comment. Let's talk in the comments and share it out. All right. Let's do this today, y'all. I'm making the screen bigger. Okay, let's get into it.
Well, good morning, everybody. First, let me say thank you for your attention to this case and participation during the jury selection last Friday. I know that gets a little mundane at times, and it's the kind of thing they never show in the movies because it is so dull. No offense, Judge Ramirez, but we appreciate you participating and giving some honest answers to us. And more importantly, going forward, we thank you for your dedication to this trial over the next 2 weeks. We realize fully that, this takes a lot out of your personal lives, your professional lives, and we appreciate that. So what I'm about to tell you is an opening statement, which is really a framework for you just to understand the evidence. You can kind of think of it like a movie trailer, right? I'm certainly not going to detail for you every little aspect of this case, but I'm going to kind of give you a general sense of what you can expect to see, right, in the coming days of this trial.
As a matter of fact, I just wanted to let you all know this. I called her victim because she is known as victim 1 in all the documentation and stuff for their investigatings. It took them a year to investigate this case and 2 weeks to try it. So the detectives put a lot of work into this. This Matthew he really put them through it. So anyways, okay, we'll continue.
If you could put up the PowerPoint, please. I just want to share with you 2 photographs. as I speak with you this morning here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Stephanie Pavlons. She is the person who is the subject of this homicide trial. She's a person you will not hear from directly in this case. This is Stephanie as she was enjoying life one day. The next photograph, please. This also is Stephanie Pavlons. And this is what the case centers on, right? How did she end up dead in the woods in the town of Delafield?
I just have to say that she was a very pretty woman, and it is just absolutely the saddest story that did not have to come to this. My God. All right, let's hear Stephanie's story.
In 2022. That's what the case is about. How did she get like this? You're going to hear a lot of testimony, ladies and gentlemen, and the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is be patient, right? This is a pretty complex case. It's not as if I can put one witness on the stand and have him or her explain the whole thing to you and we could be done in a day, right? You can realize if we're telling you this is going to take 2 weeks, you're going to have to be a little bit patient. You're given the opportunity to take notes. If that's something you're comfortable with, I would encourage you to take notes because there's a lot. There's a lot to keep track of. Maybe you're one of these guys that can just see it and hear it once and you're good. That's fine too. But the evidence that we're going to present to you through the course of these next 2 weeks is a culmination of a lengthy investigation, okay? You're going to hear that the Stephanie sadly was discovered by a construction crew who was out working in the area on the date of September 9, 2022. And you will hear that the reason they discovered her body is because there was an overwhelming odor as they were out working in the area. And that's what drew their attention to the woods and made them go into the woods.
Could you imagine those construction workers when they come upon that? My God, they're probably still not the same, because from what we're going to hear, it wasn't a good sight. And poor Stephanie.
To explore, and of course, made this horrible discovery. When investigators were first at the scene, along with the medical examiner and members of her staff, they could not even tell the gender of this person because the body had been so grossly decomposed over time. Judge Ramirez had warned you on Friday, some of these details are going to be a little bit gruesome, and we do apologize for that, but it's really important for you to know. The condition of the body when they found it was decomposed largely by insect infestation, maggots, so that her entire neck and face area was pretty much gone. There's no soft tissue. And I don't mean to keep pausing, but I do have to pause from time to time for commentary for fair use. But I do want to put a disclaimer out there that some things are hard to hear. We're all adults here. I really don't think I need to put out a disclaimer. You shouldn't be watching this if you're not an adult anyway. So, but there is a disclaimer. If you don't like gruesome things, do not listen to everything that she says about to say. Okay. Sound flip, but her appearance was kind of similar to one of the Halloween skeletons you would see in your neighbor's yard this time of year, because there was no flesh, no soft tissue remaining. Stephanie Pavlons was 44 years old when she died, and you were going to hear a little bit of background about Stephanie, who she was. It's our understanding she grew up in Delafield. Her parents Richard and Georgianne, longtime residents. I think they said they lived in their house more than 50 years in the city of Delafield. And she's a young woman, probably about 24, 25 years ago now. She met the defendant, Matthew Pahl, at a bowling alley. And the two became involved with each other and remained involved in each other's lives till 2022. In fact, they had a child in common. They had a daughter born to them in 2003, Layla. They had never married. Their relationship is described by friends and family as on again, off again. It was obviously a personal relationship. They'd come in and out of each other's lives. They lived together. And then Stephanie would go back and stay with her parents for a time or two, and then they get back together. In 2022, the defendant, Matthew Pahl, had an apartment right on the other side of the golf course here, just down the street from us, off of Delafield Street in the city of Waukesha. And at that same time, we will present evidence to you that he was involved in an online relationship with two women in the Philippines. Women that he had met through some kind of dating website or online chat room or something of that sort. And he was deeply involved with these women. This wasn't just like every now and then he'd chat them up and say, how's it going? He would talk to them on a daily basis. He became involved in an online sexual relationship with them. He would talk to them frequently. And he began to make plans to move to the Philippines with an intention, it seemed, to be involved in a personal or sexual relationship with one or both of them. He would describe Stephanie to these people as just a co-worker or an employee. This all became derailed, his plan to move to the Philippines, in about June or July of 2022. When he injured his foot in some type of accident, his foot or his ankle. And it laid him up. He was on crutches, he was in a walking cast or a boot type of thing. And he was struggling to the point where he had to rely on Stephanie more and more to help him with his daily cares. Because if you ever been on crutches, you know it's not easy just to grocery shop, right? So he starts relying on Stephanie more and more. She's much more involved in his life around this time, beginning in the summer of 2022. And this derails his plans to move to the Philippines. He had been hoping to get there by the end of the summer. He also starts treatment at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin on Gulf Road in the town of Delafield. Physical therapy. Talked about that on Friday. A lot of people have been there for physical therapy, right? Nothing unusual about that. But what is so significant about that is the date of August 23, 2022. That's a day you're going to hear a lot about. By the end of this trial, you'll be able to repeat it back to me, August 23 of 2022. Because that's the day we believe he killed Stephanie Pavlons in the woods just outside of Orthopedic Associates and right up against the golf course at Western Lakes. On that day, we will be able to prove to you that Mr. Pahl had an appointment at Orthopedic Associates. We will be able to prove to you that he and Stephanie left the apartment in Waukesha here, drove northbound on Delafield Street up to Grandview Boulevard, took a right, headed north up Grandview Boulevard, crossed Silvernail, where the old gas house used to be there, crossed I-94, crossed Gulf Road, and not crossed Gulf Road, got the Gulf Road, took a left. The new DMV station is up there right now. You may be familiar with that intersection. You will hear testimony that they stopped at the Quick Trip at that location, stayed there for about 20 minutes. Stephanie goes in, buys some breakfast food. Apparently they sit in the car, eat breakfast. Importantly, you will hear that they leave Quick Trip at about 9:11 a.m. and they arrive at the parking lot of Orthopedic Associates at 9:16 a.m. This will be proven by cell phone records. He arrives in the parking lot at 9:16 a.m., but he doesn't check in for his appointment until 9:34 a.m. So there's about a 16-minute gap there. He goes into his appointment. We will present records to you from the clinic. He's seen by a therapist at 9:38 a.m. He goes back to meet with the therapist, and he's released at 10:33 a.m. The appointment is over. You will hear, based on cell phone records, that again, he goes out, well, strike that. Released at 10:33 a.m. You will hear from cell phone records that he does not leave the parking lot in the area of Orthopedic Associates until 10:53 a.m. During these two gaps, the 16-minute gap before the appointment and the 20-minute gap after the appointment, we have no idea where Mr. Pahl is or what he's doing. There's no activity on his phone. He's not moving anywhere. There's nothing that we could find that tells us what he's up to during these gaps of time. Also, on August 23 of 2022, from the time Stephanie Pavlons leaves that quick trip, and you'll see her drive out of the parking lot on a video, no one ever hears from her again. She doesn't talk to anybody. She's not seen by anybody. There's no video of her anywhere. She gets missed calls on her phone. She's not replying to calls. She's not responding to calls. She's not picking up her prescriptions. She's missing doctor appointments. She's gone. On September 9th of 2022 is the day the body is discovered. I just told you that. It's about 17 days between August 23 and September 9th of 2022. Well, what's Mr. Pahl doing during this time? Pretty much going on with his life. In fact, you may see some videos that you watch and you may conclude doesn't seem to have a care in the world. He continues chatting with the women in the Philippines. He continues making his plans to go to the Philippines, saying, I'll be there by the end of the fall. I just got to finish this treatment and I'll be there. But he's also saying some curious things to these women in the Philippines. And he also starts talking to his dad. Hadn't talked to him since June. Suddenly he's talking to his dad frequently. He's traveling up to Jackson off of Highway 60 to visit with his dad. His dad's coming down to his apartment. And he's telling his dad and he's telling his girlfriends something bad happened. But I can't send it in a text message. I can't talk about it in writing. We'll have to talk about it on the phone. He says he's worried about somebody. He even tells his dad he thinks he's in some kind of trouble. He also starts doing Google searches. He's searching for Stephanie Pavlons' name in the obituaries. He's searching he's searching Google, just doing Google searches on her name. At this point, nothing had been made public about her death. There was a brief news article the day the body was found. But prior to the body even being found, he's looking up the obituaries for Stephanie Pavlons. He's Google searching her name. And he's got an app on his phone that's a police scanner. And he's checking that frequently, checking in what are the cops up to? What are the cops investigating nowadays? What kind of scene are they getting called to? All of this evidence will be presented to you. The one thing he doesn't do, the one thing Matthew Pahl does not do, ladies and gentlemen, that you will hear during this trial, is alert anybody to the fact that Stephanie is missing. He doesn't call her parents. He doesn't call the police. He doesn't ask the neighbors. He doesn't even call their own daughter. He doesn't lift one finger to alert anybody to the fact that Stephanie is gone. In fact, it's not until September 17th of 2022 that police go to his apartment with a search warrant to look for evidence. And that's the first chance they get to talk to Mr. Pahl about this. And what does he do? He lies. He lies about when he had last seen Stephanie. He lies about her whereabouts. He lies about her belongings. He lies about his own whereabouts. He lies. What he does, again, is try and cover his tracks. He tries to deflect the police and starts talking about Stephanie and her history. You see, Stephanie did have a hard life. There's no getting around it. There were times she felt hopeless. There were times she felt sad, depressed, lonely. She kept a journal. You'll hear some of these journal entries where she describes the despair that she's feeling in her life. And it will also be very clear from her journal entries that the cause of her despair and her hopelessness was the abuse that had been inflicted upon her by the defendant, Matthew Pahl. There was verbal abuse, emotional abuse, telling her she's stupid, she can't do anything right. There was physical abuse that she documented in her own journal. There was an occasion where she reported he hit her over the head with a...
Oh, good morning, Kathy. Sorry, I was getting my water. I was in the Jackson County scanner page, but the girl that was the admin of it, she blocked me. I never spoke or anything. She just started dating this girl that I had an issue with, and next thing I know, I was blocked. So, yeah. So I'm not a part of a scanner page anymore. And the city went with some type of codes, and a regular scanner don't work anymore or something. I don't know. But so she's telling a pretty good story about Stephanie, which is not good, but she's letting the jury really know what's going on. I can't wait to hear these entries to her diary. All right, let's go.
Bottle 5 or 6 times. There was an occasion where she reported he kicked her or punched her in the tailbone so bad she couldn't walk for days. There was an occasion where she reported he slapped her so hard in the face, around the side of the face, it broke an eardrum. She got medical treatment for that. She will describe Mr. Pahl as Jekyll and Hyde, somebody that can snap on a dime. The defendant, Mr. Pahl, tries to use this history for his own benefit. Again, cast the shadow a different way to the cops. I think she wandered off or maybe killed herself because, you know, she has this history. She's thought about suicide in the past. That's his answer to the officers on January 17th of 2022. Now, this investigation was lengthy. It took a year for the detectives to put this whole case together. And that's why it's going to take us 2 weeks to present it to you, right? The officers executed search warrants. They collected evidence. They interviewed witnesses. They subpoenaed or got warrants for all kinds of records, cell phone records, bank records, medical records, email records, messaging app records, video surveillance, anything they could to kind of document this, they did it. They seized computers and cell phones, and then they have computer forensic experts who extracted the data off the phone. You're going to hear a lot of testimony about that. Detection dog, or a cadaver dog. This is a canine that's trained specifically to detect the odor of decomposing human remains, just like you might see a dog at an airport detecting bombs or drugs or something like that. This dog has a unique training, and she is trained to detect decomposing human remains. You will hear testimony that this dog searched Mr. Pahl's vehicle and gave a positive alert. She hit on the car, indicating she could smell decomposing human remains in his truck. So this is all kind of an overview of the type of evidence we're going to present to you. There's one thing we won't be able to present to you, and that's the cause of death. And you may say, how in the world are you going to prove a murder case when you don't know how she died? Well, Judge Ramirez will instruct you on the law at the end of the trial. And he's going to tell you that, in fact, the burden of proof on the state of Wisconsin is not to prove how she died. You will not be asked that at the end of the case. You will be asked, did Matthew Pahl intentionally kill Stephanie Pavlons? Is he guilty of that allegation by the state or not guilty? The fact is, Dr. Scheel, our medical examiner, will tell you that the body was decomposed so badly she couldn't make a lot of her normal findings that she could otherwise. Most of the major organs were missing, soft tissues missing from crucial areas on the body. The rest.
Again, I just want to give a disclaimer warning. There are things that are going to be talked about. We're all adults. This is a true crime channel. I'm not talking about teddy bears and stuff like that over here. So please be aware, if you can't handle certain things like that, you might want to mute it or leave at that time. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm putting something on them that's horrific. But anyways, please don't forget to like, share, and comment also, okay? But it's pretty bad. I mean, she was only, I think, what was it, 18 days? And the animals and stuff just destroyed her poor body. Okay.
So the body was dark and discolored, leathery type skin from being out in the elements for 17 days. And that's why you have count 2, which is hiding a corpse, right? Because we believe the evidence will show you that this was all at the hands of Matthew Pahl. He purposely left her in the woods in a spot where she wouldn't be found for 17 days to his advantage. Now the medical examiner can't even tell us what caused her death. That's why there's a law that prohibits people from hiding a corpse. We believe there's going to be a lot of evidence of him covering his tracks. He tells one of the girlfriends in the Philippines he's going to be ready when the cops come. He deletes text messages, does all kinds of things to cover up. So, again, I'm asking you to be patient and pay good attention, because every witness has something important to tell you, right? Not one witness is going to tell you the whole story, but everybody has one little thing. And we believe that at the end, when we have presented our entire case to you, you will be convinced that Matthew Pahl is guilty of these charges we've levied against him. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence we will present to you is a timeline of his activities to the best of our ability to piece it together between August 23 and September 9 of 2022. And you're going to see from that timeline that we have painted him into such a very small corner. The only reasonable conclusion you can reach is that he's guilty of killing Stephanie Pavlons in an intentional act. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so now we're going to hear from the defendant's attorney. I'm not sure what his name is. I can look him up and let you guys know in the chat. But let's hear what he has to say about Matthew.
Good morning. I wanted to thank you again. Attorney Galaviz and I will be presenting the case for Mr. Pahl. And I also wanted to thank you for spending the time here and making sure that Matthew gets a fair trial. One night last week, I was at home sitting at the kitchen table going over some evidence in this case. My wife arrived home, fed the dogs, changed into sweats, and popped some kind of pre-made dinner from Costco into the oven. She reminded me that our daughter's birthday was in a few days. And we were planning on taking her out to dinner. See, Melanie is a sophomore in the dorms at Marquette. Christine decided she would make a cake for Melanie. We did not have cake mix at the house, so she decided to make the cake from scratch. I offered to help, but Christine does not allow me to bake. She trusts me to cook dinners. In fact, I actually do most of the cooking for the family, but she does not trust me to bake. You see, cooking is an art, whereas baking is a science. I simply cannot, more like I do not want to follow specific recipes. So I stayed at the table and continued to go over police reports. Christine opened her laptop, Googled a recipe, chocolate cake from scratch, then went to our pantry to start looking for ingredients. All the basics: flour, sugar, cocoa powder, salt, a few items from the refrigerator, milk and eggs. Christine had most everything spread across the kitchen counter, then went back into the pantry. She was searching every shelf. I asked what she was looking for. Not that I would know where anything was. She finally said baking powder. The recipe calls for 2 teaspoons of baking powder. I pictured in my head how little 2 teaspoons is. How could that really make a difference? Neither of us wanted to leave the house and drive to the store. After a bit of discussion, I finally won the argument. Christine agreed to go ahead and follow the recipe for chocolate cake, less the baking powder. She pulled dinner from the oven, lowered the temperature, and put the cake in. We enjoyed our dinner. 30 minutes later, dinner was eaten, the table and counters were cleaned up, and the oven buzzer notified us the cake was done. Christine turned off the oven, opened the door, and pulled the cake pans from the oven, and then she called me over. We both stared at the cake pans on the counter. While I may have won the argument about skipping baking powder, I knew I lost. I would be driving to the store the next day and hitting the bakery for a cake. I sat back down on the table and started reading police reports. Then I realized that this cake and criminal trials in general are like a recipe. Again, this is a criminal case. Over my 10 years as a police officer, then 23 years as a lawyer, I've learned that criminal cases are more important than regulatory actions, commercial litigation, and every other type of case. Criminal cases involve the most serious kind of government action and core individual rights and liberties. There's just more at stake, ladies and gentlemen, in a criminal case, so this process is really important. In the spectrum of legal proceedings, a criminal case is up here and everything else is down here. The government, through the district attorney, must have all the ingredients. Without those necessary ingredients, the accused person must be found not guilty. You will find this case very interesting. This is my client, Matthew Pahl. You've heard the elements for the 2 charged offenses. You heard them on Friday. You'll hear them again throughout the case. You've heard the government's belief about what may have happened in August and September of 2022. No witnesses will be able to testify with any certainty how Stephanie Pavlons' life came to an end. In a homicide case, the government always relies upon the testimony of one critical witness, that being the medical examiner. In this case, the Waukesha County Medical Examiner will testify that despite exhaustive testing and investigation, they can sum up the conclusion about the manner and cause of Stephanie's death in one word: undetermined. For you, the jury, A thorough analysis of the facts and circumstances in this case is critical. For you to find Matthew guilty, you must find that the elements of the offenses have been proven by the government, and proven by the government beyond a reasonable doubt. I cannot be sure how each witness will testify, nor do I know how the judge may rule on any objections. What do we know for sure? We know Matthew Pahl and Stephanie Pavlons had been in some type of relationship for well over 23 years. They have an adult daughter together. We know Matthew and Stephanie were never married. They had an on-again, off-again relationship. Stephanie spent periods of time with Matthew, then spent extended periods of time with her at her parents' house in Delafield. We know throughout 2001 and 2002, Matthew had been communicating regularly with at least 2 girls in the Philippines. Stephanie was not only aware of this, but she also communicated with at least one of them.
Oh my God. You know, I was doing my research on this case, and in my mind, Stephanie was known as like an employee of Matthew's or whatever, but could you imagine her heart, how she felt knowing the man that she loved for 22 years, bared a child with, was in love with some woman over in the Philippines and probably spending stupid money on them? Oh my God. I just don't get it. I don't know why men do this. I just don't. And what the daughter felt. It's so sad, but there was something else I wanted to say, but I couldn't find this lawyer's name. I didn't look real hard, but I'll find it. All right, here we go.
Both we know also that Matthew and Stephanie had medical issues and were taking prescription medication. We know Stephanie had a history of mental health issues. We know in the summer of 2022, May 23rd, Matthew broke his foot and needed to go through months of physical therapy. We also know Stephanie stayed at Matthew's apartment the night of August 22nd, 2022. And the next morning, they left the apartment building and drove to Orthopedic Associates in the town of Delafield. They stopped at Quick Trip, as the state indicated. Matt attended his regular scheduled therapy appointment, then drove directly back to his apartment. Stephanie was no longer with him. We know that on September 9th, 2022, some workers were placing no trespassing signs along a small wooded area east of Orthopedic Associates and located Stephanie Pavlons' body. Finally, we know the Waukesha medical examiner cannot determine the cause or manner of death. You also heard from the state that Matthew did not report Stephanie missing to the police, but neither did anyone else. Not her daughter Layla, and not her parents. When you see certain evidence and hear certain testimony, you may not like Matthew Pahl, but you don't have to like him. This isn't a popularity contest. This is a criminal trial, and what you as a jury have to do is examine the evidence, listen carefully to the testimony, and make sure the elements of the charged offense have been met. If not, then you must find Matthew not guilty. The investigation into Stephanie's death involved the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, the Racine County Sheriff's Department, several area police departments, the Waukesha County Medical Examiner, and the State Crime Lab, among others. Well over 12 search warrants, at least 10 subpoenas, citizen interviews, countless hours scouring electronic media. Again, this was a very, very thorough investigation. There are a couple questions I want you to ask yourself when the government presents its case. Ask, how did Stephanie get from the front seat of Matt's truck to the small wooded area where she was found?
Okay, I just have to mention really quick, because I want to get this out there. Why didn't her daughter, her mother, her father, that her mom and dad, she's very, very close to, as you heard in the opening statements from the prosecutor, her mom and dad, she was very close. Why wouldn't they? If they couldn't contact her on her phone, if her phone went dead, don't you think you would call the police immediately? That is really weird. He has a good point. Why didn't anyone call? Her own child. One time I went dark on my phone because I had been really upset. I was just really upset. I'm not going to say why, but I just stopped talking to everybody, including my daughter. Now, she moved 40 minutes away from home, and I wasn't answering her messages. She never tried calling, but she would message like one after another, and I was just ignoring them. I mean, I was mad. I was upset. Guess who shows up at my door at 5:30 in the morning? My daughter, in tears. And I felt so bad. And I told her, I said, Amy, I will never do that to you again. I'm so sorry. Because the only person she's ever had her entire life is me. And she was like, Mom, I thought something happened to you. And it just gets me upset because I hurt my daughter because of that. And she didn't deserve it. She's a good kid. But anyways, let's get on with the story. Okay.
Keep in mind, her body was found in a wooded area that is bound by a heavily traveled frontage road and interstate, a very busy health center, a golf course, and homes. Ask if Matt carried Stephanie into that wooded area, when would he have done that? Keep in mind, the government has hundreds of hours of camera footage and cell phone mapping. Keep in mind, Matt was still dealing with a broken foot. Finally, ask, what proof does the government have that Stephanie was even killed by another person? It could have been suicide, it could have been medical issues, it could have been anything. I do agree with some of the things the prosecutor said. However, there are issues in this case, and those issues will support reasonable doubt. In a criminal case, the government, having the burden of proof, presents evidence first. Only after the prosecutor has presented their case will Matthew have the opportunity to present his case. We ask that each of you wait until you've heard from all of the witnesses, ours as well as theirs, before deciding what really happened. Further, I believe the government will not be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Matthew Pahl committed the offenses for which he is charged. We expect that
he said something really important there that I think in the last trial that I covered with the Dustin Duren, I think the lawyer should have said, you need to wait, hear all the proof. I don't remember hearing either one of them say that, or at least the defense. I did not hear her say, wait till all the evidence, then make your decision. I think they made their decision way before they heard all the evidence. They just knew that he ooted his baby mama, and that was murder. I think that's what they did, because in my mind, that's probably what I would have done too. But I was on a jury one time, but that's for another day. Okay, here we go.
After you deliberate and carefully weigh the evidence in this case, you will return the only possible verdict, and that's a verdict of not guilty. Listen for the facts that support what the government is alleging. Listen for what can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And listen for those ingredients that the government must have for their cake. And be aware of what is missing. Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, if you could pull the podium back, please. And we'll pass out the notebooks, folks. And again, the bailiffs will give you instructions on which you your notebook that's yours. And then once everybody gets their notebook, you can bring your first witness and then have him or her ready to testify. Okay? Okay, everybody's got their notebooks? All right, sir, come on up to the witness stand to my right. Remain standing and raise your right hand once you get up here, please. You have to come right around here, sir. And then face our clerk. Come on, step up here.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. All right, have a seat, sir. And can you tell us your name, please?
Nicholas Ficano.
And spell the last.
F as in Frank, R-I-C-A-N-O.
Okay. Actually, there's a couple spellings for Nicholas. Can you tell us yours?
N-I-C-H-O-L-A-S.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ficano, where are you employed?
J.H. Findorf and Son.
Okay, and what is that?
They are a general contracting company.
Okay. What are your general duties for that company?
I'm a project manager, so overseeing all aspects of the project.
Okay. And on September...
Hold on, yeah. I didn't get the spelling of his last name. So let me go back just a couple seconds.
September 9th of 2022,
Oh my God, that didn't.
was your company hired by Pro Healthcare to do some job?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, where were you asked to respond to?
We were asked to go to the Pro Healthcare owned land outside or surrounding the orthopedic hospital on Gulf Road.
Okay, and if you're looking...
H-O-L-A-S.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ficano, where are you employed?
Cell phone mapping. Keep it.
Hospital facing north from Gulf Road. Where is the Pro Healthcare land in relation?
You can bring your first witness and then have him or her ready to testify, okay? Okay, everybody's got their notebooks? All right, sir, come on up to the witness stand to my right. Remain standing and raise your right hand once you get up here, please. You have to come right around here, sir. And then face our clerk. Come on, step up here.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, sir. And can you tell us your name, please?
Nicholas Ficano.
And spell the last.
F as in Frank, R-I-C-A-N-O.
Okay. Actually, there's a couple spellings for Nicholas. Can you tell us yours?
N-I-C-H-O-L-A-S.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ficano, where are you employed?
J.H. Findorf and Son.
Okay, and what is that?
They are a general contracting company.
Okay. What are your general duties for that company?
I'm a project manager, so overseeing all aspects of the project.
Okay. And on September 9th of 2022, was your company hired by Pro Healthcare to do some job?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, where were you asked to respond to?
We were asked to go to the Pro Healthcare owned land outside or surrounding the orthopedic hospital on Gulf Road.
Okay, and if you're looking at the orthopedic hospital facing north from Gulf Road, where is the Pro Healthcare land in relation to that area?
It's located on the east as well as on the west side of the orthopedic hospital.
Okay, so it kind of surrounds the Orthopedic Associates area?
That's correct.
Okay, and where is that in relation to the golf course?
It would be south of the golf course.
Okay, what were you asked to do when you got there?
We were asked to install no trespassing signs around the perimeter of the vacant land.
Okay, for both sections of the vacant land or just one?
For both sections.
Who was with you that day?
John Bergeson, one of our laborers, as well as Jason Panoski, one of our carpenters.
Okay, and what was supposed to be your job? Were you going to be overseeing them or actually putting in the no trespassing signs?
I was there to direct them on where to place the signs.
Okay, and had there been some no trespassing or some trespassing problems in that area?
The reason we were there was, I was told, was to stop some illegal farming or identify that person if they were to see the no trespassing signs with the phone number of Pro Healthcare Security on them.
Okay, do you remember how many signs you had with you to put out there that day?
Not the exact number, I would say approximately a dozen.
Okay, and while you're out in the wooded area just east of the OAW, what did you locate? What did you observe?
So as we came around the south side of the, or sorry, not the south side, We came from the south side of the property around to the north side to place another no trespassing sign. There we observed a very foul smell and then stumbled across the deceased person.
Okay, so when you said you came across the north side, is that on the golf course side?
Yeah, that was on the golf course side.
Okay, so you observe a foul smell. Are all three of you together, or have you kind of dispersed and all gone your separate ways?
They were following behind me with a wheelbarrow.
Okay.
We were pretty close.
So you place a sign on the north side of the tree area?
We placed a sign on the north side of the property on the golf road. It was off the curb of the golf road side.
Okay.
And then we came down around the tree line to the south side by the golf course.
Okay.
Or sorry, the north side by the golf course.
And that's when you smell something foul?
Correct, yeah, we smelled it when we got really close to the tree line.
Okay, what do you do next?
I instructed John Bergeson to pound in the sign. As he was pounding in the sign and placing it, I was just meandering around and saw a glimpse of the deceased victim.
Okay, what did you do next?
Initially, we were not sure what exactly it was. We went in a little bit closer to verify what it was. Once we got about 15 feet away from it, we realized it was a deceased individual. At that point, we exited the woods immediately and called 911.
Okay, so it wasn't until you were actually inside of the woods that you were able to see the deceased person?
No, I was inside the woods by about 5 feet when I saw them. So.
Okay, all right, so you said you called 911?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play for you what's been marked as exhibit number 1. I'm going to play a short portion and see if you can identify the voice, please.
Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin on Gulf Road.
Is that your voice, sir?
That is my voice.
Okay. And you're the one that called 911?
Correct.
Okay, I would move exhibit 1 into evidence and permission to publish for the jury.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, go ahead. It's admitted.
What's the address of the emergency?
It's the Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin on Gulf Road.
Okay, hang on just a moment. Okay, is that the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin?
Yep, it's behind it. It's in the vacant lot next to it.
Okay, what's the telephone number that you're calling me from?
414-239-2295.
And your name, sir?
Nick Fricano.
Okay.
Findorf Construction.
And tell me exactly what happened.
We found a dead body in the woods when we were putting up stakes for no trespassing signs.
Okay. And where exactly are you in relation to the Orthopedic Associates? We're behind it, you said?
Yeah, we're to the west and behind it, like between the golf course and that. If you want to have someone meet me up.
Are you to the west or are you to the east?
No, sorry, to the east. Yes,
okay.
to the east.
Okay.
Yeah, to the east of I'm standing in the parking lot of the hospital. We can walk back there.
Okay, and you're from a construction company?
Yep, yeah, we were putting up signs for Pro Healthcare on their lot, and we smelled something and then saw there's that guy back there. He's for a long time, so it ain't he ain't coming back from it. So
okay. All right. What kind of vehicle are you going to be in so I can let them know?
I'm not in a vehicle. I'm in a red shirt with a white hard hat on.
Red shirt, white hard hat. Okay. Are you able to keep everybody away from it?
Yep, I got everybody out of there once we figure out what it is.
Okay. All right. I'll have a couple officers meet with you. Okay.
All right.
All right. Bye bye.
Yep. Bye.
So you said in that 911 call that it was clear the person had been deceased for a while. How were you able to tell that?
They were missing quite a large amount of the body on the back side of him where it was in contact with the ground.
Okay. And you said, how close did you get to the body?
About 10 to 15 feet.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you just the witness first, what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Can you let me know when it's on your screen, ma'am? Okay. Do you recognize what we're looking at on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, what is that area?
That's the area where we found the deceased person.
Okay, I would move exhibit number 2 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 2 is admitted and you may do so.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie if we can zoom in a little bit. And sir, if you can tell me, where were you placing those no trespassing signs? If you touch the screen, it'll actually make a marking.
Okay. So I believe there was one on this side, somewhere around there.
Okay.
I can't get to the other one.
Is it for...
It's about where the Windows symbol would be for the start menu.
Okay. So it's down below in that grassy area?
Yeah, it's in the mode area by the...
Sure. We'll zoom out for you and then you can...
Ooh, Kathy, it's pictures. If you're here, we like pictures.
Oh, all right. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to ask the clerk to remove that, and then I'll ask you to mark both of the areas where you place the no trespassing signs.
Yep. I believe there's one along here. I don't know the exact area.
Okay.
And then there was another place along this area right here.
Okay. So then I would ask to preserve this as Exhibit 2A. Now, sir, where were you walking? Could you mark on the screen? Was it in this area, or do you need me to zoom out?
You'll need to zoom out.
Okay, so if we could clear the screen and zoom out, please. Where were you walking? Was it on the north side of the tree line near the golf course, or was it south below the tree line?
So when we started this side of the property, we started up front right here. We walked around this way, down there. They're cut through some taller brush right here, and then went back.
Okay.
And then put another sign probably approximately right there.
Okay, and that's actually on the other side of the trees if you were
Correct,
facing...
it is on the other side of the tree line. We did not cross through the woods there.
Okay, if we could mark this as Exhibit 2B, please. So as you make that path, approximately when did you observe the odor that you described as foul?
We got an initial smell of it approximately right here. It did go away.
Okay.
Once we were pounding in the sign right here, we did get a little bit more of the odor again.
Okay, that first circle...
Kathy, are you here for the pictures?
That's a little bit, it's to the left of the photo. Is that actually, you're inside the tree line or you're still outside of the tree line?
No, we were still outside of the main tree line. The grass just, it gets a little bit, like, unmowed, I would say.
Okay. And then that second circle that's further to the right of the photo, that's where you said the odor was stronger?
It came again. I don't know if it was probably consistent throughout both times.
And then is that where you entered into the tree line?
Yes, I entered into the tree line at the second circle here. I was about 5 to 10 feet inside the tree line there when we first saw something.
You were 5 to 10 feet within the tree line when you first saw something?
That's correct.
Okay. So all of those other places that you'd been, were you ever able to see the body?
No.
Okay. I would ask that this be marked as 2C, please. And then I'm going to show just first the witness, Exhibit 3. Is that on your screen now, sir?
No.
Okay.
Okay, there's something there.
You can see now? Okay.
Yes.
Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
What is that area?
It is the area we found the deceased victim looking at it from the north.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 3 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection? No, sir. 3 is admitted.
Okay, so this is from the golf course side? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And at the very top of the picture, is that Gulf Road?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you drew with a line on Exhibit 2 where you entered. If you could draw here where you came around and then where you ultimately entered the tree line, approximately.
So we came around this way. We entered the tree line somewhere in here.
Okay. I would ask that be marked as Exhibit 3A. And you said you placed an actual no trespassing sign within that outer area of the tree line?
Correct. It would be somewhere in the area I circled.
Okay.
Close to it.
When you entered the tree line, were you immediately able to see the body?
No, I didn't see it immediately. I was kind of walking around a little bit there. It was very hard to, we didn't know what it was at first when we did walk into the tree line and did see something. It wasn't wood, so we were a little bit,
So thanks to Kathy, she sent me the filing report, because I don't know why I don't think to go to like their specific courthouses, because I feel like every time I do, I'm not able to get in because I don't live there. So, but I did put the case number and stuff in the comment section if anyone's interested in his birth date and his address being the county jail and and the case number. Okay.
curious as to what it was. So.
Okay. Were you trying to find the source of the smell?
I don't specifically recall what exactly I was doing there. I was just kind of walking around.
Okay. And when you saw the body, were you able to determine if that was a male or a female that was laying there?
We were unable to determine.
Okay. And did you get very close to it?
We got about 10 to 15 feet away from it.
Why didn't you get any closer?
We didn't want to disturb anything.
Okay. And you were certain that no one else that was with you got any closer or touched the body or anything like that?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Did you talk to anyone before the police got there? You made that 911 call, but did you talk to anyone outside of your group before they got there?
Outside of my Findorf crew, no.
Okay. And so when law enforcement arrived, you spoke with them and gave them a statement, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you can remember, was the body closer to the tree line on this side where you entered, or the opposite side where we saw on Exhibit 2?
It was probably closer to the far side, the side that we did not enter on.
Okay.
I did not take exact measurements, though.
Sure. And you didn't take photos, right?
No.
You saw the body and you immediately called 911?
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, sir, you named a couple other people that were working with you. Can you give us their names again and spell? There were two other people.
Yes.
What were the names?
But,
You can't spell their names?
yeah, it's, so the other people were Jason Panoski. Jason is the common spelling, and then Panoski is Penoske, I believe.
Okay.
And then the other one was John Bergeson. He's one of our laborers. John is the common spelling, and I do not know how to spell Bergeson.
Okay, but it's Bergeson or Bergerson?
Yeah, Bergeson.
Okay, all right.
Judge, it's Bergeson.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Right. Okay. Mr. Galavis, go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. Now, I think you indicated that you were there on behalf of Pahl.
Yes.
Pahl owns this land just north of the wooded area, true?
That is correct to my knowledge.
You also own the woods,
Also correct to my knowledge.
and your purpose was to keep people off the land just north of the woods and people out of the woods, true?
Yes.
Pahl was having problems with people walking on the land and people walking into the woods, true?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you were putting no trespassing signs, true?
That's correct.
And that was to keep people out of the land and out of the woods, true?
No, it was to keep farmers from farming the land.
Well, why were you putting them on the golf course side? The farmers weren't farming the golf course side, were they?
We were instructed to put them around the property line.
So they were trying to keep the golfers out of the woods.
I don't know their intent.
And you indicated that you, while Jason and John and yourself, or Jason and John were the primary persons who were posting the signs?
Yeah, they were pounding the signs into the ground and then screwing the sign to the post.
And you were more or less the supervisor.
That is correct.
And I'm showing you it's marked as defense exhibit number 401. Is it up on your screen yet?
I have nothing on the screen.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
That is the area we found the.
Judge, I asked that, you asked the publisher?
No objection.
It's admitted, you may do so.
Again, defense exhibit number 401, I'm not sure if the jury has it on their screens. You do?
Yeah, if it's up there, it's, yeah.
I mean, was that what it was like around the area when you were out there with the vehicles parked in the parking lot over to the right of that screen?
There were vehicles parked here. I believe all these vehicles over here are sheriff's vehicles or similar. They were not there at the time.
And again, on this exhibit, could you mark where you entered the woods?
Somewhere in here.
Judge, could I save that screen? And again, when you entered,
Go ahead.
again, when you entered the woods, you said 5 or 10 feet, you were able to see something laying in the wooded area inside the woods, true?
Yes, that is correct. I was about 5 to 10 feet inside the wood line.
Did you ask for John and Jason to come over?
I did.
Did they come over by you?
They did.
But all three of you entered the woods?
That is correct.
And all three of you entered where the, something was laying on the ground in that area, true?
Correct.
Did you get right on top of it?
No, we were about 10 to 15 feet away from it.
So you didn't get near it?
No.
No, but Jason told the police he noticed that it was a female. Would you agree with that?
We were unsure of what it was at the time.
Did you hear Jason tell the police officers that there was a female lying in the woods?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 409.
You don't like part of that?
Yeah. I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit number 4, defense exhibit number 408. Do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Does it appear to be what you saw laying in the woods when you were standing 10 feet away?
Yes.
I'd ask that exhibit number 408 be published to the jury.
Any objection?
408 or 409?
408.
Thank you. No objection.
Okay, it's admitted.
So, were you that far away when you saw when subsequently identified as an individual laying in the woods?
I would say based off this picture, we were a little bit further away.
Yeah, was it that clear to you, the wood area?
What do you mean by clear to me?
Did it actually depict the way it looked in the woods?
Yes.
Did you notice that the burning pit was off to the right?
No.
So I take it after you and the two others observed what was there, strike it. When did you realize that it was an actual person laying there?
When we were about, I would say, 25 feet away.
So even farther away from closer to the entrance of the woods.
It's hard to determine.
How long did you stay observing the person laying in the woods before you exited and called the police?
I would say about 30 seconds.
Did you call the police while you were standing there looking at the person laying in the woods, or did you exit the woods?
We walked out of the woods, and then immediately upon exiting the woods is when I dialed 911.
Okay, I hate to interrupt because this guy I feel is going to take a long time. Why is he asking the same questions? That lady already asked all those questions. We know those questions. And why does it sound like he's talking through a fishbowl? Anyways, let's do this.
Exhibit number 408 seems to depict like a trail entering and exiting the woods. Would that be true?
I don't know if there was an established trail. It was not very dense.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
So you said you never got any closer to the body than 10 to 15 feet?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is the area north of Gulf Road, so between Gulf Road and the tree line, what is that area like?
It was very difficult to traverse. That's why we went around on the driveway side. So it was brushy and
you were told that you were there to put up no trespassing signs because someone was trying to farm that land?
that's what we were told. They were illegally farming that area.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, any recross?
From the front of the truck, you can see that whole tree line.
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you. No, we drove in.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
So the construction workers were there putting up signs because farmers were trying to farm the area. We're trying to make use out of the field, I assume. So that was Nicholas. So we're on to our next witness for the prosecution. So let's do this. Let's find out who he is. Or she.
So we'll call Mr. Frischello.
Sir, if you come up to the witness stand to my right, please.
They know that's a trail going through there.
And once you get up there, raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. All right, have a seat, sir. Tell me your name, please,
Frank Frischello.
and spell the last name.
Frascello.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Frischello, where are you currently employed?
I'm sorry?
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently working at a local Waukesha County Fire Department.
Okay. And in September of 2022, where were you employed?
The Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
How long were you employed as a Waukesha County Sheriff's deputy?
I was working there for a total of 10 years.
Okay. And on September 9th of 2022, what were your duties that day?
I was a patrol deputy.
Okay. And were you asked to respond to a call in the area of Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin on Gulf Road?
Yes.
What was the information that you had at the time you were asked to respond there?
That a couple workers in the area believe they have found a body.
Okay. And you were dispatched there at about 10:54 a.m.?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. When you arrived there, who do you make contact with?
There were a couple of workers that I had met with, and they explained that they were putting up no trespassing signs.
Okay. And were they able to show you where the body was actually located?
Yes, it was located in, they pointed it out to me, and it was located in a tree wooded area.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as exhibit number 2. We could show that to the published for the jury, please. Are you familiar with this area, Mr. Frischello?
Yes.
It should be on the screen in front of you there, too. Okay. Is this the area that you were dispatched to?
Yes.
Okay. And I see some crime scene tape up there. Who placed that crime scene tape?
I assisted in placing the crime scene tape, but I don't know who else was assisting me with
Okay, that's fine. But when you got there, no crime scene tape is present?
Correct.
Okay. And which direction did the workers kind of lead you to show you where the body was? Was it on this side, or was it on the north side near the golf course?
Initially, it was on the north side by the golf course.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 3. Is this the other side that we are looking at here?
This would be a view from the north side of the golf course.
Okay, and could you please mark on the screen where you were led and where ultimately you entered the wooded area, if you can show that for the jury?
I don't recall exactly where on this photo I was.
If you can give us a general area of where you would have entered the wooded area.
Probably would have been approximately here, I believe.
Okay, and I think that's 3D. B? Okay. So you entered the area there. Did you have one of the workers come with you?
Yes, I believe his name was Nicholas, was the one who brought me and showed me from this area.
Mr. Fricano led you into the wooded area?
Yes.
Okay. And as you approach that wooded area, what, if anything, do you observe?
So, I believe I had seen a body, and so what I did was, rather than entering from that side, because it looked like it was closer to the tree line from the south side of the road, so I went back to my squad car to get my camera to take photos, and then that's when I went around the other side to take the photos.
Okay, so we're going to go back to exhibit number 2. And you entered actually the woods from this side of the area?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have those workers come with you this time on the south side of the woods, or did you go by yourself?
I don't recall if I had them come with me at that time.
Okay.
To point it out to me, because I remember, I would have remembered in relation to where I was from the north side of the road.
Okay. And then did you take some photographs yourself?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show just for the witness first. Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm also going to show you exhibit number 5. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay. Are these true and accurate depictions of the photographs you took on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. I would move exhibits 4 and 5 into evidence and permission to publish, please.
Objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Okay, so starting with exhibit 4, we'll just wait for that to get on the jurors' screens. Okay, what are we looking at here?
So this is a view of the scene from the south side of the tree line. I was standing a little bit further back to capture like where I was, the general area of where I was looking.
Okay, and if we can zoom into this photograph, please. Hold on first. At this point in the photo, can you see where the body is located?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to zoom in now. A little bit further, please, and if we can move over. There we go. If you can show us where the body is.
Circle it?
Yes, please. Okay. What are you able to visually see from this photo? What part of the body are you able to visually see?
Sure. So the first thing that stands out to me is legs appearing to be wearing jeans.
Okay. And that's kind of the bluish color that you're seeing on the screen?
Yes. There's one tree kind of in the middle of where I circled, and then right here would be the...
Those would be the legs?
Legs.
Okay. If we can please preserve that, Madam Clerk. 4A, yes. Now I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 5. Is this a closer up picture of the same area?
Yes.
Okay, and now you're able to really see the body that has been located?
Yes.
Okay. Did you zoom your camera in, or did you physically move closer to the area where the body was?
So I used the zoom function on the camera because I did not want to get too close for the purpose of not disturbing any potential evidence.
Okay, and from here, you can tell that this is a body?
Correct. I knew upon seeing it, it was human.
Okay, not an animal, not some other...
I did not believe this was anything but a person.
Okay. If I can show you Exhibit 4 again, zoomed out. Sorry, not that much. Approximately how far back from the tree line are you standing here when you take this photo, if you remember?
I would say maybe it's probably 10 to 20 feet away.
Okay. And as you walked in that direction of the tree line, were you able to immediately see the body, or did it take some careful looking?
From what I recall, I had to get up to approximately this point to be able to see it.
Okay. And if you turned around, so if you're facing the woods and then you turn around and you look towards Gulf Road, were you able to see cars passing on Gulf Road, if you recall?
I remember that there was tall grass behind me, but I did not take any mental notes of whether I could see the road or not.
Sure. But this is quite a bit away from the roadway.
Correct.
All right. Now, I'm going to show just for the witness exhibits 6, please. Do you recognize exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the crime scene tape that you and other deputies placed?
Yes.
Okay. I would move exhibit number 6 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
6 is admitted.
Okay. This is the crime scene tape that we're looking at. And did you actually use one of those no trespassing signs that was placed by Mr. Fricano to place the crime scene tape?
It appears so.
Okay. And you blocked off all the way around to the other side of the golf course?
Yes.
Okay. Why was it important to keep that entire perimeter blocked off from the public?
So one of the reasons is there's the public golf course on the other side. We didn't want anybody coming into the crime scene again to disturb any potential evidence and obviously seeing something that they're not a part of.
Okay. And when you arrive, you're the only deputy that arrives first, right?
I was the initial deputy, correct?
Okay. And when you get there, you decide this is a possible crime scene?
Yes.
Who did you call to make sure that other individuals were going to show up and assist you?
Sure. So at the time, Lieutenant Larsoul was the duty supervisor, so she was notified as well as, so it was her determination to call other resources.
Okay. Can you spell Lieutenant Larsoul's last name for us, please?
Larsuel.
Okay. And who else would then arrive on the scene once you asked for those additional resources?
Our detective bureau.
Okay. And would they also have the medical examiner's office come out?
Eventually.
Okay. You were just the first person to the scene. After that, the whole troops come in?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your responsibility to make sure that between when you arrive and when the next 20 officers arrive, no one touches or disturbs the crime scene?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you're standing on the frontage road, you can see the south side of the tree line, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in the pictures it showed that the field that was between the frontage road and the tree line was probably knee high in a lot of places. Is that correct?
I'm sure in some places it could have been.
Okay, but other than that, it wasn't a prairie where there were high grasses or anything, correct?
It did not go above my head.
Okay. Did it go above your waist in any areas?
I don't recall.
Okay. You saw the picture of the crime scene tape, correct?
Yes.
And the crime scene tape is probably about between waist and knee high, correct?
Sure.
And you don't recall anything being higher than your waist, though, correct?
I didn't take measurements of the grass. No, I can't recall that.
Okay. When you were standing on the north side of the tree line, the golf course is actually groomed almost right up to the tree line, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if a golfer had hit their ball into the woods there.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was muted. I'm here typing, trying to figure things out. My dog was whining. I apologize. I'm so sorry. I've been trying to keep it unmuted because then I forget to unmute myself. So then I'm talking to the screen. But I kind of added some things. My dog is making it so hard to do anything. But I put out his Skype names that he used for the women in the Philippines. I think the one is Majin, and Beautiful Disaster. So if anyone wants to look them up. All right, here we go.
They probably have to be pretty bad since it's behind a green, but it was, in other words, strike that. The golf course went right up to the tree line, correct?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
And in your Exhibit 4, that was a picture you took from the south side looking north where the body was, correct? Do you need that pulled up?
Sure.
Okay, can you pull up Exhibit 4? If you could pull up Exhibit 4. You can actually see the golf course through this picture, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't thick enough that it wasn't solid that you couldn't see through this wooded area, correct?
Correct, I can see through the wooded area.
Would you estimate that the thickness of the tree line there is about 30 to 40 feet?
I would say that would be generally accurate. I didn't measure it though.
I don't expect it, but you could, like this picture, you could see through that wooded area.
Yes, I can see through it.
Okay. How close did you personally get to the body?
At the time of those photos, I was, like I said, about 10 to 20 feet away. I zoomed in with my camera to take the pictures.
Okay. You did take other photos where you got up close to the body, is that correct?
I don't remember taking any, like right up on the body pictures.
Okay, you got close enough where you could see what the individual was wearing, though, correct?
Correct.
And you could tell that there was that the person was wearing jeans, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And that there was a bra on the person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you pull up 4 again?
Do you know what's funny is I I didn't mute my mic. They definitely need to mute their mic. I mean, you can hear what they're saying. I mean, come on, people, mute. Anyways, I hope everyone's enjoying this live. I'm trying to be more in the comments and more active. I really thought about this last night. I worked really hard. I know I'm a little behind on some of the things, and Kathy did send me some stuff, which was very helpful. But I'm trying to make this a really good, successful live. I can't go back and edit any of this stuff out, but I have to give monetary for fair use, and I have to share their links and stuff in the description, which I have. Shout out to Law and Crime. Thank you so much. But please like, share, and comment. Please get this video out there so people know I'm live. All right. Thank you. Okay, back on.
What? Thank you. Again, this is a pic.
Which one is that?
Oh, okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
I'm going to leave Exhibit 4 up, sorry. You said this is taken about 10 to 20 feet away from the edge of the tree line? Exhibit number 4?
Far away from the body.
From the body, okay. And would you agree if you had not been directed to the body by the individuals that had already found it, it would be difficult to find?
It needed to be pointed out to me, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, any recross?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, and you are excused, sir. Thank you. Sorry. Next witness.
Thank you. So we'll call Detective Conrad.
Just run up to the witness stand to my right and remain standing once you get up there, please.
swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, have a seat, sir. Tell us your full name, please.
First name Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name Conrad, C-O-N-R-A-D.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Detective Conrad, where are you employed?
With Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since September of 2012.
Okay, and do you have any special responsibilities in addition to your role as a detective?
Yes, I am a member of our unmanned aerial systems or drone unit.
Okay, and did you have to take special training to obtain some type of certifications to be on that unit?
Yes, part of the responsibility is getting it's called a Part 107 license with FAA to fly a drone.
Okay, and how many members of the drone unit are there?
I believe there's 15 approximately.
Okay, and each of you may respond to different calls as needed by the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department or other local municipalities?
Correct.
Okay, and on September 9th of 2022, were you working both as a detective and in that special capacity in the drone unit?
I was, yes.
Okay. Were you asked to respond to the area of Gulf Road near the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin building?
Yes, I was.
Why were you asked to respond there?
Both as a detective and I brought the drone equipment with to document the scene.
Okay. At the time that you're dispatched to respond there, why did they think the drone unit may be helpful?
It's an outdoor scene, which tends to be a larger area, and the drone equipment was somewhat new at the time, and it was a tool to use to take a broad scale image.
Okay. And so ultimately you took several, once the drone is up in the air, you can take still photographs?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 2. This is one of those photos that you took?
Oh, sorry, it just turned on. Yes, it is.
Okay, and it's really hard to see, but up at the top, there's actually a date and time stamp. Can you tell me what that date and time stamp is?
September 9th, 2022, 13/19/03 out.
Pictures, Kathy. So they're going to show pictures of the same thing again, where the chiropractor place is and stuff like that. So let's hear what he has to say.
Okay, so that'd be 1:19:03 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And where do you fly these drones from?
You can fly them anywhere. We have a remote. Generally, we're near a vehicle, or we have a trailer that we use where we can charge things, plug things in. We can look at a larger monitor.
Okay. And if you're looking at this photo, actually on the left side of the photo near the driveway, is that where your drone trailer was located?
Yes, that on the left side there is the trailer. Right below that white car is where I would be.
Okay. So just above the exhibit sticker?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you're standing within that trailer and you're actually flying the drone, taking these photographs. Why is it important in an investigation to get some of these further away photographs of the entire area?
An elevated view can give you a different perspective than what you have on the ground. You can get an overall understanding of a crime scene.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's also been previously marked and admitted as Exhibit 3. This is also one of the photographs you took?
Correct.
And this is from the north side, looking south to Gulf Road?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what just the witness first, what has not yet been admitted, Exhibits 7 and Exhibit 8. So first we'll start with Exhibit 7. Can you see that?
I can.
Okay, and then Exhibit 8?
I can see that as well.
Okay, are those both photographs that you took using the drone?
They are.
Okay, I would move to admit Exhibit 7 and Exhibit 8 and permission to publish.
Any objection as to 7 or 8?
No objection to either, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted. You may show them to the jurors.
We'll start with Exhibit number 7. Detective, this is the same area, but just a little bit further, showing the driveway?
Correct.
Okay, and then Exhibit number 8. What are we looking at here?
So it's just out of frame, but the drone trailer would be on that driveway to the left, and this is a more more of a straight down view of the field that's to the south of the wooded area where the more focused crime scene was located.
Okay, and one of the downsides of these overhead photos is it doesn't necessarily give us great detail about incline or maybe the scale of the land rising and falling.
Right, the elevation is harder to see on a 90-degree down than it would be from the ground or at more of an angle.
Okay, and you see two individuals there kind of in that grassy area. Those are detectives from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
I know we had, I believe Waukesha Police Department was there as well, assisting.
Okay.
I don't know if one of them might be from that agency, but those are two investigators.
Sure. And the crime scene tape has been placed up there and the scene has been secured at that point?
Correct.
And what was the time of this photograph?
That shows 13:20:33 or 1:20 p.m.
Okay. And so the drone was deployed after the 1 o'clock hour to take these photographs, and you took, these are just a sampling, you took actually a number of photographs of this area, right?
Correct.
Do you know what the status of the body that had been located? Was it still within the woods when you were taking drone photos?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Judge, I'll take the cross.
Okay.
So, officer, you were running a drone in the area, true?
Correct.
And the drone was filming from above Orthopedics Associates, the parking lot, the golf course, around the wooded area, true?
Correct.
The golf road, frontage road, true?
Correct.
The freeway, true?
I don't know if the freeway was captured.
And then you were just going in circles around the wooded area, true?
Correct.
If I was to show you a surveillance drone, would you be able to recognize it if I played it, if there's one that you...
Sure, I could attempt to.
I'm showing you is marked as exhibit number 402. Defense exhibit number 402. Does that appear to be your drone surveillance tape that you took?
Yes.
Judge, this video is approximately, not long, about 3 hours and...
No, 3 minutes.
3 minutes and 55 seconds, and I'd like to play it for the jury.
No objection.
All right, so you're asking it to be admitted?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's admitted. Go ahead.
Can you jury see it on the screen? Again, this is drone footage that you took, correct?
Correct.
Hey, I'm here while we're going through this Skype stuff. I'm just eating a banana quick, eating a little breakfast, but I'll be back.
I'm stopping this at 150 of your drone footage. Are you, so you see my marker here?
Yes.
Are you aware, or is anybody aware at that time that that is Mr. Pahl's pickup truck parked in the parking lot?
I was not aware of that.
1 second, excuse me, Mr. Gallagher, you're stopping it at 205, actually, correct?
Oh, yes, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I was not aware.
Again, you weren't aware that this was Mr. Pahl's pickup truck?
No, I was not.
Officer, that drone image that the jury just saw, did they actually depict the way that scene looked like on September 9, 2022?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, Reed, direct?
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse, sir. Next.
Judge, we have, the next witness has a lot of our evidence, so we just need a moment to get that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Someone's going to wheel in some evidence or bring evidence in.
We have all the evidence over here, Judge, we just need to get it. Oh, if we could take our morning break, Judge.
All right, let's take a break, folks, all right? About, I'll say 10 minutes. We'll see how long it lasts, but we'll take a break. A comfort break, we'll call it. Thank you. You can leave your notebooks right on your seats, right? All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we get started on the next witness, she is Christine Lafleur, however you pronounce it. And then you got two more, and then you got a voir dire of the victim's mother. So two more witnesses, and then the mom for a voir dire about how her mental, physical, all her, everything in her life, they're going to go over. So, all right, let's do this.
All right, Mr. Jury.
right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Welcome back, everybody. So I talked to the lawyers a little bit. I think what we're going to do, we'll probably, the state has 2 witnesses that they want to present testimony before we do the jury view. So what we're probably going to do is go probably closer to 12:30, then we'll take our lunch break, and then when you come back, we'll do the jury view, right? And again, I'll have specific instructions about the jury view when we go out, what we're going to do, how we should proceed, and so on. You've seen some of the aerial photographs and some of the photographs, so you have some familiarity with the scene. I'll talk more about it before we go out on our jury, okay? So go ahead, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Detective LaFleur.
All right, Detective, come on up to the witness stand to be sworn in, please.
Swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat, please. And tell us your first and last name.
It's Christina LaFleur.
Right, spell both of them for us, please.
First name spelling is Christina. Last name spelling is L-A, F as in Frank, L-E-U-R.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective LaFleur.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. I understand you're maybe not feeling the greatest today.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay. If you need a break or need more water, just let us know, okay? Thanks for being here. I want to direct your attention to September of 2022. How were you employed at that time?
I was a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
Did you have any special assignments in September of 22?
Yes.
What was that?
I was assigned to the Identification Bureau. I also managed the property evidence.
So can you tell the jury what the Identification Bureau is, please?
So it's basically, I respond to crime scenes and process them photographically and collect evidence, and then I also maintain our evidence storage area.
How is property maintained in storage at the sheriff's office?
It's in a locked, locked storage area that only 4 people have access to.
Okay. And you inventory everything that goes in and out of that storage area?
Yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to the date of September 9 of 2022, were you asked to respond to the location of North 15 West 28300 Gulf Road in the town of Delafield?
Yes.
And that's in Waukesha County, Wisconsin?
Correct.
Are you familiar with that area?
I am.
And people oftentimes think of that as maybe being the Pewaukee area?
Yes.
Pretty close to Pewaukee Lake?
It is.
Okay. And are there some businesses at that location?
Yes.
What businesses do you recall?
So the Orthopedics Associates of Wisconsin is there, and then north of that location that I got dispatched to is the Western Lakes Golf Course.
In this area that we're describing, Gulf Road runs what direction?
East and west.
Okay. And so the area you were specifically working on was to the north of Gulf Road?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple photographs from your review of the area. So first I'm going to ask to put up for the witness only Exhibit 198, please. Should be up on your screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this photograph, please?
I do.
Do you believe this to be a photo that's a true and accurate depiction of the area?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit 198, permission to publish, please.
Objection.
All right, it's admitted.
So we're going to put it up, and I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury what we're looking at, please.
Okay. So up here, this is facing westbound. The road here is Golf. And then to the northwest, that's Orthopedics Associate, Orthopedics Associates, building there.
Okay. And next, I'm going to put up for the witness, number 199 for the witness only, please. Is it up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the area?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to admit 199 and permission to publish, Your Honor?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay. Please describe the direction and what's seen in this view, please.
Yep. So this is taken facing north from Gulf Road, and then to the left, which would be west, is Orthopedics Associates. And then to the east is the wooded area and the open field.
Okay. Please put up for the witness Exhibit 9. Do you recognize Exhibit 9?
Yes.
And this is also a photograph depicting the area?
Correct.
Is this a true and accurate representation?
Yes.
Move to admit number 9 and permission to publish, please.
Objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
Please describe for the jury.
So this would be facing towards Gulf Road. That's the road that's going east to west there. So it's kind of a southeast direction. And then to your left there, you see the wooded area. And then this is the open field right here.
Okay. Can you see I-94 in that photograph?
Yeah, very, like, if you zoom in, you can see it in the background, yes.
Okay. And does I-94 run parallel to Gulf Road in this area?
Yes.
Also running in an east to west or west to east direction?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 10 for the witness, please. You recognize this photograph?
I do.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the area?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit permission to publish number 10.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, go ahead, it's admitted.
Please tell us what we're seeing in Exhibit 10.
So this is facing north into the wooded area. And then you see those two evidence markers there, 1 and 2.
Okay, so the screen in front of you is a touch screen.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you could please just circle the items you just described for us there so we're all looking at the same thing. Okay. I'm going to also show you... Do you want to preserve that? Yeah, yes, please. Let's preserve 10A, Your Honor.
All right.
And then, before we go further on that, I'd like to go back to Exhibit 156, please. (156) is up?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the area on September 9 of 2022?
Yes.
Move to admit permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 156 is admitted.
Please describe for the jury what we're seeing here.
So this is taken facing westbound towards Orthopedics Associates.
Okay. And where are you in relation to the body at the time you took this photograph?
South.
Okay, but close to the body? Close to the area where the body was in the tree line?
Yes.
Okay. As you look at that photograph here, Detective, on the stand, can you see any cars in the OAW parking lot?
No. The cars that are seen there are squad cars.
Okay. What's that object on the left, square object on the left side of the photograph? Can you tell what that is?
Like the silver where the hand is?
Yes.
Kind of, that's a clipboard.
Okay. From one of the detectives?
Probably patrol, actually.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And then Exhibit 166, please. Is 166 a true and accurate representation of the area on 9/9 of 2022?
Yes.
Move to admit permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
Please describe 166.
So this is facing kind of like a southwest direction from where I was standing, facing west.
Okay. In relation to the body, what's your proximity?
Close to it. So
Okay.
I'm just south of the body.
And that same clipboard's there in the middle of the photograph?
Yes.
Can you see those utility boxes up on the corner that we saw in the first few pictures I showed you?
No, I can't.
All right, if we could go, well, let me ask you a question, Detective. What is your role when you arrived on the scene?
So my primary role was to take photographs of the scene as well as collect any evidence that was located.
Okay, and we saw in Exhibit 9, I think that we put up that you had put, or somebody had put markers near the evidence. You circled those for us in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Explain what you're doing there, please.
Excuse me. So with any piece of evidence that's located, an evidence placard is placed by each piece of evidence to document its location.
Okay. I'm gonna now, maybe we can show to the witness only. I'm going to show, just to move this along a little quicker, 11, 12, 13, 20, and 21, and then we'll, 11, 12, 13. Is number 11 on your screen now?
No.
Is that on your screen?
No, I've got a blank screen.
It takes a moment for it to come up on her.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate representation?
Yes.
Exhibit 12 for the witness only, please. True and accurate representation?
Yes.
Exhibit 13? True and accurate representation?
Yes.
Exhibit 20? Oh, okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd move to admit 11, 12, and 13 and permission to publish.
Objection?
No, sir.
All right, 11, 12, and 13 are admitted.
So please display first for the jury number 11. Okay. So these are two items of evidence that you noted at the scene. Is that correct, Detective?
Yes.
And you labeled them as number 1 and number 2?
Correct.
Okay. And next photograph, number 12, please. What is item number 2?
So item number 2 is a scalpel. It's got a green handle, and it's got a cover sheath on the blade.
Can you see the cover in the photograph?
Yes.
Can you circle it, please? And I'd ask to preserve that as 12A.
Yes.
And what was item 1?
It was a vape.
A vape.
Yes.
Okay. Photograph, or excuse me, exhibit 13, please. What are we seeing there?
This is just a close-up of item number 2, the scalpel.
Okay. And that's exactly as you found it?
Correct.
Okay. It appears there's some glass laying on top of the scalpel?
Yes.
Okay. Or covering the scalpel in some fashion?
Yes.
Okay. Did you collect the vape and the scalpel as evidence in this case?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you these items. They've been marked as exhibits 20 and 21. First, item 20. Please identify.
So
Okay, so before we go any further, yes, I was just that's why I stopped. Oh, you are so good, Kathy. But I was gonna say I've been, like I said, I did a lot of research on this, and according to family, friends, people that knew Miss Pavlon, she was known as a cutter. And she had suicidal tendencies. So, but that's not saying that he's not involved in this at all. But me seeing that scalpel sitting there, for what? Now, don't you think if he did this and used that, wouldn't his DNA be on that? Or would it have washed off after a certain amount of time? That's what I was going to say. Do you think the vape would still have DNA on it? Something. I mean, there's really, from what I hear and see, there's really nothing leading. We all know he did it, obviously. But there's really no evidence. They have nothing on this man because her body had been so, DC. Yeah. Okay. Back on.
this is evidence placard number 2. This is the scalpel.
Okay. And that item's been held on secure inventory at the sheriff's office since you collected it in September?
Yes.
2022?
Yes.
Maybe had a trip to the crime lab?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. And then exhibit 21? Please identify.
Yep. So this is evidence marker number 1. This is the vape.
It's a smoking device.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, move to admit 20 and 21, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, both are admitted.
Now, Detective, in addition to collecting that physical evidence at the scene, did you have an opportunity to get close to the body?
Yes.
Did you photograph the body?
I did.
Did you make observations about the body?
Yes.
Before we look at any photographs, what do you remember about the body, as position, clothing, things like that, please?
So the body was located laying on her back. Her head was facing west. Her feet were facing east. She was wearing a dark-colored t-shirt, jeans, a dark-colored belt, and white athletic shoes. Her hands were bent up above her head to the side, and her right arm appeared to be partially pulled out of the right sleeve of the shirt. So the shirt was actually pulled up. She had a bra on too that was actually pulled up as well. The pants were unbuttoned, but they were still zippered. And then the belt was undone, but still in the clasp, in the metal clasp.
Did you photograph all of these things as you just described to me?
Yes.
Okay. And the body itself, what kind of condition was the body in?
At advanced states of decomposition.
For the witness only, I'm going to ask her to view exhibits 14 through 19, please. We'll go one at a time. With 14. Do you see 14 on the screen? Oh, sorry. Yes, okay. See the true and accurate depiction? Yes. Number 15. True and accurate description, depiction, excuse me. 16. True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
17. True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
18. True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
And 19. True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Now in these photographs, we have attempted to somewhat blur the head and face of the victim, is that right?
Yes.
So they're not as vivid or descriptive as they were when you took the photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But other than that, they're true and accurate representations of the condition of the body.
That's correct.
Move to omit 14 through 19 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, they're all admitted. You may do so.
Please describe 14.
So this is facing northbound, right before you get into the clearing, into the woods.
Okay. And the body's visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Number 15, please. Please describe.
And this is just a closer up view, walking through the clearing, up to the body.
Okay. You said her head was to the west and her feet were to the east.
Yes.
And it's almost as if she is also parallel to Gulf Road and I-94, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Number 16, please. Describe.
So this is facing west, and just an overview of her feet to her head.
Okay. And this is the condition of her clothing when you found it?
Yes.
Her jeans were in what kind of condition?
So I noted dirt on the groin area of her pants, and then also the bottom portions of each leg from the pants. There was also dirt on her left shoe as well.
Okay. Number 17, please. Please describe.
So this is just facing south, just getting the overview of the left side of her body.
Okay. 18.
And this would be overview on top of her torso.
Okay. You had described for us the condition of her shirt, and there appears to be an object consistent with a bra and her pants, right?
Yes.
Now that we have the image, can you just point out those highlights for the jury again, please?
You want me to circle them on?
You can, sure.
Okay. So her buckle, it's actually hard to tell in here. So, but the buckle right here is still intact. I mean, it's loosened, but it's still intact. Her buttons to her pants are also undone. Her bra is pushed up, and then you see her right arm that's partially pulled out of her right sleeve.
Okay. May I please ask to preserve 18A, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, number 19. Please describe.
So this is just a different viewpoint, taking the photo above
Okay.
her torso.
This was the condition of the body when you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Were there insects present on the body?
Yes.
What types of insects, to your opinion?
Maggots.
Maggots,
Mhm.
okay. And you've seen those at crime scenes before?
Yes.
Okay. And were they abundant?
Yes.
move away from the crime scene now and direct your attention to the date of September 17th of 2022. And did you have further involvement in this case on that date?
Yes.
Did you assist with executing a search warrant at an apartment at 1001 Delafield Street here in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
And is that apartment close to this courthouse?
It is.
Okay. And who lived at that apartment to your understanding?
It would have been the defendant and the victim.
Okay. You understood it to be their apartment?
Yes.
Okay. When you first arrived on scene, were you responsible for seizing and photographing Mr. Pahl's truck?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show to the witness, please, Exhibit 22. Is it up?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate depiction of Mr. Pahl's vehicle as you found it that day?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit permission to publish 22, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 22 is admitted.
Okay. Please describe for the jury what we're seeing in this photo.
So this is a Toyota Tacoma that was registered to the defendant in a handicap parking spot. And then in the background is the apartment building.
Is this exactly where you found the vehicle, or did you move it for the purpose of this photograph?
No, this is where it was found.
Okay. Parked just like that?
Yes.
What did you do to seize the vehicle and maintain the integrity of the vehicle?
So I took overall photographs of all sides of the vehicle, and then I used evidence tape and secured across each of the doors, as well as the hood. Both, there's one here and then there's one on the other side, cargo areas, so those were sealed with evidence tape. And then on the back side of the cab was also sealed with evidence tape. And I initialed and dated it.
Okay. And then eventually the vehicle is taken where?
It's taken back to our evidence storage garage.
Is that a secure location?
Yes.
Okay. That's maintained by the sheriff's department,
yes.
Not like a private tow facility.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Eventually, did you go inside and assist with collecting evidence inside the defendant's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show for the witness Exhibit 181, please. Do you recognize Exhibit 181?
I do.
What is it?
It's a property inventory sheet.
And tell the jury what that means.
So it's basically a document that anytime evidence is collected, we fill out this property inventory sheet, which documents the location, the time, the date, who collected it, where it was collected from.
Okay. And is this an item that you completed?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit 181, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 181 is admitted.
Okay. And this sheet tells you everything that was collected as evidence inside Mr. Pahl's apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to go through everything. How many items total if we scroll down?
Okay. So that would have been...
Keep going, please. I'm sorry.
23.
23 items total?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please go back to page 1? And I'd like to start out with item 2 on your list. You see that?
Yes.
What was collected as item number 2?
An iPad.
An iPad. I'll show you first exhibits 33 and 34 for the witness only. Have you seen those photographs, ma'am?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the evidence collected inside Mr. Pahl's apartment?
Yes.
Move to admit 33 and 34, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 33 and 34 are admitted.
What are we seeing in 33, please?
So this is an overview of the iPad. This is on I believe it was a futon or some type of couch that was in the living room in the apartment.
Okay. And 34, please. Please describe.
This is just a close-up of that same item.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you physical item number 45. Please identify.
It's an iPad.
Okay. Same iPad we've just been talking about.
Except with the pink. There's no pink cover.
The pink case is no longer with us. Okay, but it is the same item that was collected from the couch or the futon in the living room at Mr. Pahl's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Next, if you could please display for the witness only Exhibit 23. Did you observe 23?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Move to admit 23, permission to publish, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
What's seen in Exhibit 23, please?
So this is an overview focusing in on this pink water bottle.
Okay.
In the living room, sorry, this is in the living room still.
In the living room?
Yes.
And was that item collected as evidence in this case?
Yes.
I'll show you Exhibit 43. Please identify.
This is that same pink water bottle in the picture.
Okay. Move to admit 43, Your Honor.
Any objection? 43 is admitted.
I think I forgot to admit 45, the iPad. Move to admit.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Next, please put up for the witness photograph Exhibits 24 through 26. Have you had an opportunity to review all of those photographs, ma'am?
Yes.
Are they all true and accurate depictions?
Yes.
Then I move to admit 24 through 26, and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 24, 25, 26 are admitted.
Please describe 24.
So this is an overview focusing in on, there's a closet.
You can circle it or point to it. Yeah.
Yep, so the closet's right here.
Okay, you've drawn an X on the
Closet door.
Okay. And that pink water bottle was in the same area?
Yep, it was behind this little shelf area.
Okay. Your Honor, may I please preserve 24A?
Yes.
And then please clear that and we'll move on to 25. What do we see in 25, please?
So this is just a closer view of a beer stein that was located in the closet on the floor.
Okay. And then 26. What are we seeing in 26?
This is just a close-up of the contents that were inside of this beer stein. It was two pill bottles.
Did you collect those 2 pill bottles as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you 42. Can you identify 42?
Yep, these are the 2 pill bottles that were located in the beer stein.
Move to admit 42, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 42 is admitted.
Please present for the witness only 35 and 36. Have you had an opportunity to observe those photographs, ma'am?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate depictions?
Yes.
Move to omit 35 and 36, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, they're admitted.
Please describe 35.
So this would be in the bedroom. It's like a dresser or a dresser, and so I'm focusing in on that black cell phone that's on top.
Okay. And then 36, please. Please describe.
This is just a close-up of that same cell phone.
Did you collect that item as evidence in this case?
Yes.
The exhibit 46. Please identify.
This is the same cell phone that was located in the bedroom on that the dresser.
Move to admit 46, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 46 admitted.
All right. Please display for the witness 27 through 31. Have you had a chance to observe each of those photographs, ma'am?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate?
Yes.
Permission to, or excuse me, please admit 27 through 31 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So we'll start with 27. Please describe.
So this is that same dresser where that phone was located. The door's open on the top shelf. You can see a black purse.
Okay. That's the same dresser where the cell phone was located, you said?
Yes.
Okay. 28, please. Describe.
This is just a close-up of that same black purse.
29. Describe.
And this is a close-up of the contents of that purse.
Okay. And next, 30.
Excuse me. Additional contents that were in that same purse.
Identification for Stephanie Pavlons.
Correct.
Okay. And 31, please. Please describe.
These were also inside that purse.
And what are these objects, please?
2 vapes and 2 pill bottles prescribed to Stephanie.
Okay. The purse itself was collected as evidence?
Yes.
Okay, this is item number 44. Please identify.
This is the purse that was collected.
And there's a
Blue vape that's in the center.
blue vape in the center. If you could just hold that, show that to me.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay. Move to omit 44, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
44 is admitted.
All right, please display 37 through 40 for the witness. Have you had an opportunity to review all of those photographs?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate depictions?
Yes.
Move to omit 37 through 40, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, they're all admitted.
Thirty-seven is going up. Please identify.
So, this is a bag with medication, various other medical supplies were inside of it.
Okay. 38. Please describe.
Close-up of some of the medical items that were seen in that bag.
39.
And specifically close-ups of the scalpels that were inside that bag.
Okay. 40.
Just turned over the bag to take a picture of the other side.
Okay. And 41. Nope. 41's right here. Exhibit 41, please identify.
These are those, the same bag of scalpels that were located in that black bag.
Just from your plain observation, did the scalpel in the apartment seem to match the scalpel at the crime scene?
They were similar, yes.
I can take all of those things back. You please.
Can you put the shirts in?
We'll try and stack it.
Okay.
Thank you. Please display for the witness only Exhibit 32. Do you recognize Exhibit 32?
Yes.
What is it? Just tell us what it is before.
Oh, okay.
Ask the judge to.
These are the contents of the defendant's wallet.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
And how is it that you photographed the contents of Mr. Pahl's wallet?
I was notified by Detective Seitz that he had a wallet that he wanted me to take a photograph of. Okay. This is at the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. You're going to move to omit 32, permission to publish?
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
And what kinds of items did you locate in his wallet?
Identification for him. There was some bank cards, some insurance cards, keys, and some paperwork that had passwords and other various notes on it.
Okay. The card in the middle that's kind of dark blue in color, do you see that?
Yes.
Whose name is on that card?
So referring to this one right here.
Yes, ma'am.
It has the name of Stephanie on it, Pavlons.
Okay. Do you recall, if not, we could put up the sheet again, but do you recall that a cell phone was also seized from Mr. Pahl on this date?
I can't recall this.
Okay, we'll put up 181, please. At the very bottom. If you can zoom in on 23. Item 23 there. Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Yes.
Was there a cell phone seized from Mr. Pahl?
At the residence, yes.
Okay.
Or the apartment, yes.
Now I'd like to direct your attention to the date of September 19th of 2022. Were you working this case that day?
Yes.
And do you remember what your involvement was on that date?
I can't recall if that was...
No problem. Not meant to be a trick question. Were you present when a cadaver dog was called to the secure storage area to perform a search?
Yes.
And is it consistent with your memory that was the date of September 19th of 2022?
Yes.
The day before the crime lab came out?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And where did you go?
I went to the evidence storage garage where the truck was being held.
Okay. And did you meet with anybody over there?
Yes.
Who did you meet with?
With a K-9 officer from Racine County.
And tell the jury about this secure storage area where this is where Mr. Pahl's vehicle had been taken to.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
So we have it's basically a pole barn, a very large pole barn, and we also have a gated area outside as well. We primarily store vehicles that are involved in fatal car crashes or vehicles that need to be processed for evidence.
Okay. And so about how many cars are kept in there at any time?
It could be between 20, 30 vehicles, inside and outside.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that a couple of photographs be displayed for you only, 47 through 50, please.
Sorry, y'all, I'm here. I didn't want to interrupt because I feel like this is so important information. This is they said that she pretty much had all the evidence. So far we had the vape, the scalpel, the purse, the medicines, all that stuff. Do you know that Stephanie, I was reading, that in autopsy, no internal external trauma was found. The hyoid bone was intact and with no fractures, and most internal organs were absent due to decomposition. Cause of death was undetermined and manner of death was undetermined. Estimated death of date was August 23rd. They could not rule out seizure, stabbing, strangulation, or car accident. On her was identified maggots in the victim's torso and determined the estimated puerperal state would have been August 25th through the 26th to August 30th through the 31st. So that's some information that I've found.
Have you seen all of those?
Yes.
Okay. Are they true and accurate representations of the inside of the pole barn on September 19th of 2022?
Yes.
Move to admit 47 through 50, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, they're admitted. Go ahead.
So we'll start with 47. So give us an overview of what we're looking at here, please, Detective.
So I just want to add that this photograph was taken with the two vehicles that are in the background right here.
Yes.
Are the state crime lab, so this is actually the day after. So these vehicles...
When the photograph was taken?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
Except for those two vehicles from the crime lab personnel, had the contents of the pole barn changed in any other way?
No.
From one day to the next?
No.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Pahl's truck in 47?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's right here.
Okay. You're going to ask to please preserve 47A, and the two items in the square are the crime lab vehicles, and the item with an X is Mr. Pahl's vehicle. Is that correct, Detective LaFleur?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so if you could please clear the screen, Madam Clerk, and then I'll ask you just to kind of orient us what we're looking at.
Okay, so this is facing, so the pole barn has two large overhead garage doors on both the east and the west side, and they also have a service door on each side as well.
Okay.
So facing east right now.
Okay. 48. Please describe.
Yep, so this would be facing north. And then the other service door to the west is on the left side there.
Okay, can you, with an X, mark the overhead door?
Yes.
And then with a circle, the service door?
You can't really see it from, so this is the exit So it's right below.
Okay, actually, I think the next picture will show us better, but can we please preserve 48A, Your Honor?
Yes.
49? You see that service door a little bit better in this one?
A little bit, it's right about here, at the top of it.
And to the right of the service door, it appears there's some motorcycles there?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So those are other vehicles that were involved in fatal or serious injury crashes.
Okay. Could they also be stolen vehicles?
We did not, I don't believe we had any stolen vehicles at that point in time, inside.
Please preserve 49A.
Yes. Okay.
And then 50.
All right, so this is again facing east. So directly behind me, or with crime lab took the photo, but directly behind where this photograph would have been taken is the other service store.
Okay. And so now we're looking back down the length of the building?
Yes.
Okay. And those two crime lab vehicles are still there in the middle?
Yes.
And then what else, what's around the side, around the edges of the pole barn?
As far as like
vehicles?
Yeah, those are just other vehicles that were stored there.
Okay. And ordinarily, if the crime lab hadn't parked their vehicles there, that area's open?
Yes.
So you can move vehicles around if you need to or access them?
Yes.
Okay. And the vehicles are all kind of parked along the outside or the perimeter of the pole barn?
Mostly we try and keep them on the north and the south side.
Okay.
But we were pretty full at this point, so we did have to park at least one vehicle on the far east side by the door.
Okay. All right, moving on. We talked about the fact that the crime lab did a search of the truck, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask to put up for the witness only Exhibit 52. Do you recognize 52?
Yes.
What is it?
It's another property inventory sheet for evidence that was collected during the search warrant.
On the truck?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in being there that day?
I just stood by as the crime lab personnel processed it, and then once they took the evidence, they turned it over to me.
Okay. And it was your job to preserve it and maintain it for use in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, move to admit 52, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
52 is admitted.
So if you could just scroll down a little bit, I want to ask you, there's various items that were recovered from the vehicle, correct? You could stop right there.
Yes.
A lot of tools and instruments that potentially could be used to harm somebody.
Judge, I object to that line of that statement.
Sustain the objection. Don't answer. Next question.
Sure. This is a true list of everything you collected from that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next page, please. And in addition to the tools and the other objects, there were some clothing items, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to focus your attention on 31, keep scrolling please, and then 31 through 39. You see that?
Yes.
There were swabs that you collected from within the vehicle?
Yes.
And swabs are used how to collect evidence from a vehicle?
So the main purpose of using swabs is we're looking for DNA or biological fluids, samples, that kind of thing. So.
Did you actually manipulate the swabs to collect the evidence, or did the crime lab do that?
The crime lab did.
And then they turned them over to you?
Yes.
Okay. I also want to ask you, do you remember Well, you could please put up for the witness only 51. The passenger footwell of the vehicle. Do you remember any items being located in the footwell?
Yes.
And do you remember any documents being located in that area?
Yes.
What do you remember?
Underneath the floor mat, there was like a yellow legal type piece of paper that had a handwritten note on it. On top of that note was like a white foamy piece that was on top of that letter.
Okay.
There was also a hammer and some rocks that were in that footwell as well.
Okay. Is 51 up for you?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the appearance of the footwell?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit permission to publish 51.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, admitted. You can publish it.
So now that the jury can see this, please go through that again, what we're seeing here.
Yep, so you can see this right here is the floor mat, so it's tipped up, and then underneath it was this, the legal note that I was talking about that was handwritten, and then this was the white foam that was on top of it.
Okay, I just wanted to cut in for fair use. I'm sorry. I've been here listening, and I'm trying to write down the witnesses for the second day. But man, she really did a good job. She really was working hard. But they're pretty much just showing a lot of evidence. I had put some things over here in the comment section. Paul, I guess, was not read his Miranda rights. And he mentioned she had a history of cutting her wrists and threatening suicide and running into the woods. So that should help a little bit. Okay. Here we go. Oh, my laptop's going dead. I got to plug it in.
And then you see the the hammer and the rocks.
Hammer and some rocks?
Yes.
Okay. If you could you put an X on the floor mat, correct?
Well, the mat, that's, yeah.
Could you just write the number 1 after the X? And then on the white foam, could you write the number 2 after the X so we can distinguish for the record? X1 is the floor mat, X2 is the foam pad, and the circled item is the note.
Yes.
Okay. Ask to preserve 51A, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did you collect that note as evidence, Detective LaFleur?
Yes.
So you did 55. Please identify 55.
This is the note that was found underneath the front passenger floor mat.
I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. Is it 53? The court evidence sticker in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh, yep, 53.
53, okay.
53? All right.
I apologize. 53 is the note from the passenger floor mat.
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit 53, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 53 is admitted.
All right, those are all my questions for Detective LaFleur.
All right, cross-examination.
Judge, she's going to be up there a while. I know you want to break at 12:30.
Yeah, it's 12:18 right now.
You're
You're going to have a fair number of questions for her.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's take a break now, and let's come back at 1:30, please. Okay, folks? And we'll see how far we can get after that. All right, follow directions. I don't know.
Break time. And then I do believe they go on their little trip to the chiropractor or therapist place. Because, you know, he had hurt his foot really bad, I guess. I don't know. Poor him. So what do you guys think so far? They're not really showing us a whole lot of evidence that, I mean, they didn't state whether or not there was DNA on that scalpel, on the handle of it, or the vape. Whose vape is it? I just seen something here. Oh, it is so hard to see sometimes. Oh.
The scene before we can bring the jurors out. So we'll have to make haste. I'm told that Mr. Pahl is going to have to go through the jail before being transported, and then appropriate security measures will have to be taken at the scene. So the defense is going to have to get out there, and I expect that the prosecution will probably be out there at the same time. And then I'll stay here and coordinate a bit before I get out there, and then we'll bring the jurors out after the defense has had the opportunity to look at the scene. And then we'll be out, and if there's any problems or concerns before we bring the jurors out, I'll trust that the parties will communicate that to the Sheriff's Department as soon as possible, and they'll talk to me about it.
I don't think
depending on where we go, that might be the last thing we do today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite sure. Right? I don't know who else is ready for the state, but depending on how much time we take, we'll see what happens. Is there anything else from the state before we start at 1:30?
No.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll start, all the jurors are here. We'll get going right at 1:30.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for finding me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Remember, I said this is a speedy trial.
You also testified that certain evidence was handled by the state crime lab, correct?
Yes,
And that's because those people have special training in the forensic processing of evidence?
correct.
Okay. And that's especially important when a criminal case proceeds to trial.
Yes,
You collected the scalpel and the vape that were located at the scene, is that right?
I did.
And did you notice any fingerprints, blood, or other forensic evidence on the vape that was located?
I didn't process that for evidence at all. It was just collected.
You visually inspected those items, correct?
I took photographs of them.
Okay. You didn't collect them, you didn't inventory them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in your inventory and photographing, did you notice anything that might be forensic evidence like blood or fingerprints at all?
Not obvious, no.
You also took photos of where the body was actually found, is that right?
Yes,
And I think you made note in your report that you noticed that there were several trails throughout the grassy field as well as through the woods, correct?
just through the grass.
Okay. When you were at the scene of the where Ms. Pavlons was found, there was kind of a cleared area, is that right?
Yes,
And there was a fire pit in the area, is that right? Do you recall?
I don't recall a fire pit.
Okay, that's fine. You also were present at the search warrant that was executed at Mr. Pahl's apartment on September 17th.
Yes,
And part of your duties were you kind of took initial control of Mr. Pahl's pickup truck,
correct.
and you chose not to inventory the contents of the interior of that vehicle at that time, right?
That's correct.
And that was in part because there was talk about doing some kind of cadaver dog search on that vehicle?
Yes,
And it was important for you that you didn't want to contaminate the vehicle at that time?
correct.
Okay. And because contamination could have impacted the cadaver dog search?
Yes,
Okay. You also then you didn't transport the pickup truck from that scene, correct?
correct.
In fact, but you did direct that it be taken to the Department of Public Works garage?
The fleet storage garage, yes.
And that's a secured pole barn on the DPW grounds, correct?
Yes,
And that's only the Sheriff's Department has access to that fenced-in area and the pole barn, correct?
certain people have access to that.
Okay.
Not the entire sheriff's department.
Understood. And you directed that that vehicle be placed inside that garage on the day of the search warrant, on the 17th?
Yes,
And you also testified that inside that pole barn were also numerous vehicles that were involved in fatal traffic accidents, right?
Yes.
Again, back to the search warrant, you took photos of items that were in Mr. Pahl's apartment, correct?
Myself and another detective did.
Okay. One of the items you photographed, I think we saw in exhibits, was some type of black nylon bag. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was the one that the scalpels were in.
Yes.
Did you, there were also various hygiene products, including like toothpaste and other items inside that bag, correct?
I don't recall specifically. I'd have to look at the photos again. I don't remember exactly what was in it.
Okay. But in addition to scalpels, it included a whole bunch of other stuff, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to confirm whether that bag belonged to Ms. Pavlons?
No, I didn't have any confirmation with that.
Okay. You were also present for the actual cadaver dog search on September 19th, is that right?
Yes.
And when you got there, Mr. Pahl's truck was still in the pole barn?
Yes.
And so it was in with all the other vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And you were instructed, I think by the canine handler, to what's called burp Mr. Pahl's truck?
Yes.
Okay, and so you had to open and close all the doors on that vehicle?
Yes.
So you opened the driver's door, correct?
Correct.
And then you walked around to the passenger, opened and closed that?
Yes.
And you also opened and closed the back hatch for the pickup bed area, correct?
That's correct.
But you weren't told to burp any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, there were numerous other vehicles you said that had been involved in fatal accidents, including where drivers passed away in their actual seats, right?
Yes.
And you did not see the cadaver dog hit on any of those other vehicles, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Did you
You can answer the question.
You didn't see the cadaver dog formally hit or indicate on any of those other vehicles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Were you aware that a trail cam was put up by detectives on September 9th?
I remember that conversation being had.
Did you ever observe the trail cam video?
No.
Okay. In the course of your response to the scene, you had a chance to see the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin building, correct?
Yes.
And so you were basically, from the scene, you were looking at the east side, the side of the building that faces east?
Yes.
Okay. And did you note that there are windows the entire length of that building?
I don't recall.
Did you happen to go in the building at all?
I did not.
Do you recall whether how long were you at the scene where Mrs. Pavlons was found?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall whether the parking lot was empty or very busy?
I can't say that as well.
Okay. Do you recall seeing beer cans in the area where Ms. Pavlons' body was found?
It was in the wooded area. It wasn't like close to where her body was, but yes.
Okay, but her body was found in kind of a clearing within the woods, correct?
Yes.
And those beer cans were kind of at the edges of that clearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What exhibit is this? I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 423 through 427. If we could show those to the witness.
Can you do a copy? Can I see it?
Emergency.
Oh, no.
There is an active threat on campus. Take shelter, close your doors, or follow the direction of staff and await further.
Oh, wow, y'all.
All right, so then I'll tell them that, I think just what, for,
423 to 427.
I'll tell them, the jurors, that they're admitted, right?
That's 403. That's already been.
Okay, bring them in, tell the jurors to bring them back.
Hey, just so you know.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 423. Is that a photo that you took of the scene near the body of Miss Pavlons?
Yes.
Okay, and there's actually an evidence marker, marker number 4, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's in that photograph?
Several discarded beer cans.
Okay, and does that help refresh your recollection of the scene that was around, in that clearing around Miss Pavlons' body?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 424. And is that a picture that you took of the scene on that date?
Yes.
And again, that shows, what does that show?
That's from the another angle of those same discarded beer cans.
Okay. And then I'm showing you exhibit number 425. And what is that a picture that you took on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
And again, what does that show?
It's the same location where the discarded beer cans were, just a different angle.
Okay. And then there were a little further away from the body, you also located and photographed some other alcohol cans, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 426. That's a picture of some kind of lemonade, alcoholic lemonade that you took a picture of on that date?
Yes.
Okay, and then Exhibit 427, similar Steel Reserve beverage that you took that was also found in that area on that particular date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 403. Do you believe that picture accurately depicts how the parking lot at OAW was on when you were investigating the scene where Miss Pavlons was found?
I mean, I don't recall that parking lot looking like that, but...
Okay, and you are the person who took custody of, or at least temporary custody of Mr. Pavlons' pickup truck on September 9th of 2020, on September 17th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And does that vehicle that's all alone in the center of that picture, does that look similar to Mr. Pahl's vehicle?
I mean, it's difficult to say. It's a pickup truck with a cap on the back.
Do you recall whether Mr. Pahl's pickup truck had a sticker midway on the driver's side of the back cab of the vehicle?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Okay, nothing further for this witness.
All right, redirect.
Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Specialist Plata.
I would have to say she did a really good job examining, taking pictures. making sure everything was in the picture. So our next witness is Georgianne Pavlon. No. Oh, wrong side. Wrong one. David Plata. Geez, I can't even read the right paper. Okay, let me unmute it.
You're a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes.
What does the title specialist mean?
It means I've had extra training. My primary focus is on like crime scene, evidence handling, that's my basic. I don't do random patrol experiences anymore. Mine is more focused on the criminal investigative side, mostly focusing on evidence and crime scene recreation.
And how long have you specialized in that area?
I'm in my 11th year.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
In my 22nd year.
On the date of September 9, 2022, were you asked to respond to a location on Gulf Road in the town of Delafield to assist the sheriff's office?
Yes.
That's not in the city of Waukesha?
No, it's not.
Okay, and would it be common for the sheriff's office to call you and ask for assistance on occasion with cases?
Yes, we have some specialized training equipment that other agencies don't use, so they like to have us come out to assist them with documentation of scenes.
What was your understanding of what they were investigating?
At the time, I was informed that there was a body of a deceased female in a wooded area that they were treating as a suspicious death and wished us to come out to assist in documenting the scene.
And how were you to assist?
They requested that myself and my partner come out and do what we have is a laser scanner to laser scan the crime scene and the area around the body to document measurements and to be able to recreate the scene, along with taking some photos with a 360-degree camera to be able to catch a full view of the crime scene.
And that's equipment that the sheriff's office does not have at its disposal?
At that time, yes, they did not have that equipment.
Okay. So you went out there?
Yes.
And did your partner specialist Schmidt go with you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, do you know about what time it was?
Approximately 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Was the body still in position where it had been found?
Yes.
Is it important for the crime scene to be maintained until you can thoroughly scan the entire area?
As much as possible, yes.
Okay, so other detectives, Detective LaFleur, others hadn't collected anything or removed anything yet?
No.
Okay. The laser scanner is physical equipment, right? You have to set it up?
Yes.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain a scan of the wooded area where the body was located?
Yes, we completed seven different scans from various areas to be able to capture as much information as we could.
And in addition to the body, were you able to determine any items of potential evidentiary value?
Yes, the Sheriff's Department did have several items marked at the time of our laser scanning. It was item flags 1 and 2, which was a vape and a scalpel kind of near the woods, but in a grassy area. And then there was another section where there were multiple beer cans a little further in the woods, which is marked as item 4.
Okay. And all of those items were detected on the scan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time as we prepared for trial that I asked you to, if it's possible, to recreate the scene so that when we take the jury out there this afternoon, they can attempt to observe the items in the general area where they were at the time you first investigated?
Yes.
Is that possible?
Oops, I'm sorry. I thought they had already went out, but they had not. So they still have to go out to the scene.
For you to do?
Yes.
How did you do it?
We brought up the scans, using them as they take very specific and accurate measurements. We were able to take a fixed point in the scan, measure to where items were located, items flagged 1, 2, and 4. We were able to use a triangulation method from where items that are currently still on scene, a tree and a barrel, in order to pinpoint where those items were, and then we then marked them with evidence flags for the viewing.
You mentioned a barrel. This jury has seen some photographs already of the body in the woods and an object that I would describe as like in my opinion, like a 55-gallon drum or that type of burning barrel, you may call it. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Is that burning barrel still out there today?
Yes.
Okay. So you are able to assist this court in placing items out there today so when the jury goes out there, they can know the approximate location of the body and evidence items 1, 2, and 4. Is that correct?
Yes, my partner, Specialist Schmidt, and I went out there. We found those locations, and he went out there to put the evidence flags on in those locations. Obviously, the specific items of evidence we did not put back out in the field, just the flags marking where they were.
Okay, and he just did that this morning?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine an approximate distance between the body and items 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to put up for the witness only exhibit 54, please.
Go ahead.
Is it on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you recognize exhibit 54?
Yes.
Please tell us what it is.
Exhibit 54 is a screenshot I took from our Faro software. I utilized the program in order to mark from point the flags to where the victim was in order to determine an accurate measurement of how far the items were from where the victim was.
You mentioned the Faro software. Can you spell that for the court reporter, please?
The abbreviation it's capital F-A-R-O.
And that's just the brand name of the software?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to determine then the distance between the body and the items 1 and 2?
Yes.
Do you believe exhibit 54 is a true and accurate representation?
Yes.
Move to admit 54, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 54 is admitted. You may publish it.
Okay, it's a little faded out here on the screen, but if you could just point out for us what we're looking at here, please.
If you can look on the bottom left kind of corner of the screen where the number 1 is, that is where item number 1 flag was. That was the vape. From that point to the location on the body that I selected is approximately 14.26 feet to that one. Then the next one where the thumbtack is, that's from item flag number 2, which was the scalpel, to a slightly different location on the body, which was 12.894 feet.
Okay. And when I asked you to mark the items in the field today for the jury view, did you use the same numbering system, 1 and 2 for the vape and the scalpel, and then 4 for the beer cans?
Yes.
Okay. Just 1 second, please. And how was the body marked out at the scene for the jury?
I believe my partner marked the body with a cone.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, Mr. Galaviz, Mr. Wolf.
Just a few quick questions. Officer, the way the scene is depicted today is not even close to the way it was depicted on September 9, 2022. Would you agree?
It's similar, but there are natural differences from broken tree branches and tree limbs that have come down.
Correct. This occurred September 9, 2022 when you responded, true?
Yes.
And today is October 27, 2025, true?
Yes.
So as far as summer versus fall, the area is different, true?
Somewhat, yes.
The vegetation has grown today like it was not in September 2022, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Detective or Specialist Plata.
May he be excused, please?
Pardon?
May
He may be excused, of course, yes. Okay.
And this would be appropriate time to break for the jury view then, Your Honor.
Okay, folks, here's what's going to happen. It's only 2 o'clock now, so who's going to be a witness after this? You know?
We're expecting Mrs. Pavlons, Stephanie's mother.
Okay. I think we should come back then, and then we'll determine, we should probably get some more testimony. So folks, here's what's going to happen. You can imagine, to get everybody situated and so on, it's going to take quite a bit. I did ask you and reminded you that when I talked to you last Friday that we would be doing this jury view, and that part of the jury view would be being outdoors, and I asked you to dress appropriately. And I'm going to read to you an instruction, and this instruction is agreed upon by all parties, correct, Mr. Wolf? You will now be taken to the area of N15W28300 Gulf Road in the town of Delafield by the jury bailiff. During your trip to and from this location, you are not to discuss this case with anyone. You may talk about other matters not related to the case if you choose, just like you would. That it should be ready and prepared in a day or two.
Okay, we're back from our trip. I wish we could have went with, but I kind of figured they wouldn't do that. So the mother is next. They're going to do a voir dire, or however you say that. She's going to talk about how she's going to give us a rundown about Stephanie Pavlons and her way of living. And I also read that her parents would not allow Matthew into their home because of the way he treated her. So there's a lot of just, you know, they don't like him. So they're probably not going to be the nicest. Sorry about my dog.
Noted that the jurors were there at, our doors open. Right. The jurors were there at 3:01 and they left in the vans at 3:14. So it was about as long as we figured it would take. Any comment, any input from the state about the jury view process?
No, Judge.
All right. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. What's next? Who's next? And how long will that person take and what's involved?
Our next witness is Georgianne Pavlons, Ms. Pavlons' mother. I think that my direct of her would probably be 30 to 45 minutes. At the jury status, the court indicated that we may do voir dire of Ms. Pavlons prior to her testimony regarding what the defense was seeking to, I guess, elicit from her regarding the mental health history of the victim. So that is the state's next witness.
All right. And what do you think I should do in regards to, it's almost 10 minutes to 3:47 now. Should we start, and what do you think I should do? Should we go and have direct of her and then have cross tomorrow? I'll ask first of all, Mr. Wolf or Mr. Galleries.
Judge, it seemed like it would make sense for her sake. I mean, taking into account how this must be affecting her, just to do it all at once, maybe tomorrow morning, rather than her go up there, feel bad, and then tomorrow morning feel bad again.
Judge, I guess the state's preference would be to do the voir dire this afternoon while we have her and send the jury home, and then start fresh with her testimony in the morning, so that we know all the parameters of her testimony prior to her getting on the stand.
All right. Then what I'm going to do is bring the jurors in and release the jurors first, okay?
Yes.
All right. Yes, sir? Mr. Wolf? Oh, okay, that's a yes. Okay. That's what I'm going to do, and we're going to talk to her about the parameters of her testimony, okay? So we'll have the bailiffs bring the jurors in.
We're going to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
You're a nice guy.
Is that supposed to be a joke? Yes.
That's a question.
It is my preference to start on time and at 8:30, and that's what I thought was going to
I
happen
didn't know if
today.
the court was going to ask them to be here at 8:15. I was just trying to clarify.
Probably start at 8:30.
Thought maybe he had other matters.
For those who weren't here this morning, we intended to start at 8:30, but we had a wayward juror and didn't get going till 9:45 or so.
So because he brought up the juror got confused and he decided he was going to go to work that morning. So they had to wait for him to leave work and do his jury duty.
All rise for the jury. All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. Mike, can I talk to you for a second? Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much for being here today. We're going to break today. I'm going to send you home. We have some legal matters that we have to take up, and it's 10 minutes to 4 right now. I've been told that our next witness is probably going to be pretty lengthy, and that probably more lengthier witness in terms of time, and rather than stop, and then restart again tomorrow, I think everybody's time is better served to start up with the witness tomorrow morning at 8:30, right? And please, tomorrow, I just talked to Mike, and he told me that he usually wants you to meet in the cafeteria. And my understanding of his instructions are that you meet there in the cafeteria. Even if you're late, stay in the cafeteria, and he'll be back to pick you up. So I'm going to ask you to be here in a time frame such that we can start at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and that means probably get there about 8:15 or so at the latest, and then Mike will bring everybody over as a group. So I will tell you once again and admonish you, there's cameras here. They've been here throughout the proceedings. You may have seen cameras at the jury view as well. Media has a right to be where we are and watch what's going on. They've been directed not to identify or even show your faces, right? That's the standard operating procedure, just in case you were wondering about that. So again, remember what I said on the first day. Go home, don't talk to anybody about the evidence, about what you heard in the courtroom. Wait until you deliberate amongst yourselves, and then when you're all done, you can say anything to anybody that you want about the proceedings and the trial and the witnesses and so on. But at this time, I'll admonish you, please do not do so. Follow Mike's directions. He'll be here tomorrow. I don't think Kevin's going to be here tomorrow. I don't know. No? Okay. Nice to see you.
Ask her specifics as to Stephanie's mental health issues from birth until the moment she passed away.
That's what your intent is?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I think from birth until her time of death is much too broad. I mean, the court has limited other things from 2003. I don't think that the entire history, she's in her 40s at the time of her death.
Mr. Gallagher, your response to that?
Well, I'm not quite sure if Stephanie suffered mental health issues from a child till the moment she passed away, or if it began when she was a teenager, or it began when she was in high school?
What's relevance of, let's say, at age 18? When did she meet Mr. Pahl? I heard it was in 03, was it? Something like that?
I think the daughter was born in 03.
The daughter was born in 03. When did she meet Mr. Pahl?
And all this stuff.
She's 21 when I met her.
21.
And so what age was she when she passed? In her mid-40s, early 40s?
44.
44? I don't see the relevance. I can see the relevance, but the probative value I don't see if we're going to explore her mental health from birth for purposes of this trial. I mean, your position, my understanding is that she had mental health problems, and my understanding of your position is that she was either suicidal or a repeat drug user. Is that correct, Mr. Galaviz? Is that my understanding of what your belief is? Correct. And that had something to do with her death, correct?
Correct.
I'll allow you to ask questions about the last 10 years.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's have Ms. Pavlons come on up. Georgianne, is it? I'm sorry. Ma'am, if you come up to the witness stand, please, to my right.
Correct, that was in 20.
And then watch your step when you get up there, ma'am, please. And if you could raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please be seated, ma'am. Can you tell us your name, please?
Georgianne Pavlons.
Okay, and we'll note for our record that the jurors are not present, that the purpose of her testimony at this time is to set a parameter or framework for what she might testify about. And you are the mother of Ms. Pavlons, who is deceased, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Galaviz, why don't you ask some questions and we'll see where we are, okay?
Yes, sir. Ms. Pavlons, before I begin, I want to share my condolences to you and your family. But other than that, Steph lived with you the last 10 years of her life. Is that true?
Off and on.
Right, she lived with you and your husband at your home in Delafield?
Yes.
And during that time, she was getting treated for mental health issues, true?
That I couldn't answer.
Was she getting prescription drugs at all
Yes.
for mental health issues?
No.
What was her prescription drugs for?
She had, epilepsy?
Is it like seizures?
Yes.
Was she taking any, because you picked up her prescription drugs at times too, correct?
Yes.
And the only drugs you picked up were for epilepsy?
I don't recall.
And while she was at home for the last 10 years, according to your comments to the police, she would talk about suicide?
Not on a regular basis.
But she did talk about that, true?
Yes.
She talked about killing herself, true?
Yes.
What exactly would she say? And when did when did she begin talking about suicide?
Oh, I don't even know.
Within the last 10 years of her life?
It was very sporadic.
I know, but when did it begin? If you can remember.
I really can't answer that.
Was she talking about it shortly before her death, the years leading up to, 2 or 3 or 4 years before her death?
I don't think so.
Well, you remember in 2020, you had picked her up behind the Walmart where she was going to jump in front of a train?
Yes.
And that was just 2 or 3 years before her death, true?
Yes.
That was like October of 2020, true?
Could you repeat that?
That was around October of 2020, true?
I don't remember that.
But you remember going to pick her up behind the Walmart near the train tracks?
Yes.
And as far as you know, you had to go she had summoned you there, true?
That she had called.
Because was she hearing voices about, or what did she tell you over the phone?
I don't think she ever heard voices.
No, but what did she tell you over the phone that she said, you need to come and get me, I'm going to kill myself?
She was just upset with her situation.
So she was depressed?
Yeah.
Did you ever, did your husband also witness this depression or the suicide comments that Stephanie would make?
I don't think so.
She would only do it in front of you?
Yes.
And she obviously did it on the day you picked her up at the Walmart. Did she ever make those comments at your residence?
No.
It was only that one time at Walmart?
Yeah.
When you were interviewed by the officers in August of 2022, you had, I think it was September of 2022, you had mentioned that she had been talking about suicide, so you weren't, do you remember telling them that?
I don't recall.
You remember being interviewed by Detective Fredericks at your home?
Oh, yeah.
And you, according to your audio recording, you had said that she had talked about suicide for many years. She had talked about dying. You remember telling Detective Fredericks that?
No.
When Detective Fredericks conveyed to you in that conversation that she was discovered dead, your initial comments were that she had talked about suicide. Remember telling them that?
No.
But you could have said that, you just don't remember saying that.
I guess.
You remember her, you telling the detectives that she had spent time at Rogers?
Yes.
And what year was that?
When she was 18, 17, 18?
Oh, she was a young youth.
Yeah, yeah.
Not recently.
No, no.
Do you ever remember driving her to her doctor's appointments?
Yep.
And those doctor's appointments were for her depression?
I drove her to a lot of doctor's appointments for whatever was ailing her. She would get shots in her neck and she had different doctors that she went to.
But you don't recall what kind of medicine she was taking for her ailments?
No.
Boy, for living with mom most of her time, she really don't know a lot about her daughter. I know every medication my daughter takes right now. I do know she was on some pain medication, and I believe seizure medication. I don't know what the pain meds were. I don't know what the seizure medications are. So, okay.
I have no further questions, Judge. Wait. Strike there. Apparently you were aware that your daughter was a cutter?
A what?
A cutter. She'd cut her wrists?
Gosh, I don't remember.
You remember Detective Fredericks calling you up October 19th of 2022, and you again told him that Stephanie talked about committing suicide. You again talked about the Walmart incident. Do you remember that conversation on the telephone?
No.
About 6 minutes in the conversation, you talked about she having marks on her wrist that she would cut herself. You don't remember telling him that?
No.
Did you ever see marks on her wrist?
I'm not sure. I could have.
Do you know the last time you saw those marks on her wrist?
No.
I have no further questions, Judge.
State?
Thank you. Ma'am, the time that you were asked about with Walmart, you have no idea when that was?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And ultimately, you made contact with Stephanie?
Yes.
Okay. And did you bring her back to your house?
Yes.
Was she injured?
No.
Okay. In no way harmed? And do you recall how she reached out to you?
On her cell phone?
Okay, so she called you?
Yeah.
And you said she was upset about her situation. Did you know what her situation was that she was upset about?
Just the way Matt would treat her.
You were asked about Stephanie's mental health, and you said you were not aware if she was on any medications related to her mental health. Is that true?
True.
Okay. So you knew she had some medications. She had a number of different health conditions, but you didn't know what specifically those conditions were or what medications she was taking.
Correct.
Okay. And when you took her to doctor's appointments or you picked up prescriptions for her, did you look at what she was being prescribed?
Not really.
Okay. Did you go into the appointment to see the doctor with her?
No.
Okay. You just transported her?
Yeah.
Okay. You were just asked about Stephanie cutting her wrists. You said you don't know when that happened. What makes you remember that happened at all?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you and Stephanie talk about her life or the details of her relationship?
No, she was pretty private person.
And if she was depressed, were you someone she would talk to?
I think so. She really didn't have any friends.
And do you recall Ms. Pavlons your daughter being suicidal in the last year that she was alive?
I don't remember.
Okay. Nothing that sticks out to you as something that was concerning?
No.
Any other questions?
Anything else, Mr. Galavis?
Just a few questions. Ma'am, you knew your daughter was taking Zoloft, true?
I don't know what she was taking.
But regarding suicide, you knew that she tried to kill herself in March of 2021, true?
I don't know what year it was.
But you remember she tried to kill herself at your home in March, where Matt actually drove over to the house?
Not really.
You don't remember that?
Nope.
You remember Zayla, your daughter, your granddaughter, Layla being at the house when this occurred?
Yeah, she lived with us.
So Layla was at the house in March of 2021?
No. I think she had already moved to Ohio.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Anything else from the state?
No.
Sorry. Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. One second. Okay, we've had a chance to hear Mrs. Pavlons talk about her daughter's mental condition. What do you think I need to do at this juncture? I'll ask the state first.
Well, Judge, I think a lot of what she testified to here would be hearsay, and I think I didn't object to that so that we could have an offer of proof, but I think if she were to testify about a lot of the things that the defense asked her about, require her to provide hearsay answers. So certainly the state would be objecting to those types of questions in front of the jury. I think that there's very limited information that the defense can go into based on the court's ruling that they can ask about the last 10 years, and based on her answers, she provides very little information within that time frame.
What are you going to have her testify about?
The background of Stephanie and Mr. Pahl's relationship, that the time period that they were in a relationship, how isolated Miss Pavlons was socially, where she was living during this time frame when they would see her, how they helped her, how they came in contact with her, how often they would see her, things of that nature.
All right. Mr. Galaviz, any comments?
I think Mr. Wolf wanted to make the argument.
If I may.
Yes.
No, you, one witness, one lawyer, okay.
Well, Judge, I think...
Talk to each other first if you want to, but...
Right. Judge, we're only going to go back to what she remembers, but also she did make statements to Detective Fredericks regarding suicide and things like that. So if she gets on the stand and says she doesn't remember, I'm going to play her clips of her telling Detective Rogers what Detective Fredericks, statements that she made, that being the witness, made to Detective Frederick regarding Stephanie discussing suicide, which is also in the diaries that you're allowing in, where Stephanie talks about jumping in front of a train, talks about suicide in March of 2021, talks about in April of that same year wishing she would have taken the whole bottle. So, I mean, those are coming in through your diary that you're allowing into the state to have no objection to, So
I'm a little confused here because I think you all remember my surprise perhaps when there was discussions about what would be elicited or what was going to be presented to the jurors. And now I'm hearing that I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'll use the first name, Georgianne Pavlons says this is what Stephanie told me, the state's going to object. And when and if they object, I have to respond. And what Stephanie Pavlons told her would be, if there's an objection, inadmissible hearsay. But then likewise, I had earlier in these proceedings with the motions in limine asked about the contents of Miss Stephanie Pavlons' diary, and I was told that in essence each side wanted to get information in. And so, as I said, I think I said, if I hear an objection to hearsay, I'll deal with it when I hear that objection. If tomorrow during Georgianne Pavlons' testimony, she's asked a question that calls for or elicits a hearsay response, I'll do whatever I have to do at that time. If later on someone's asking what was written in the diary and there is an objection, I'll respond to it accordingly. If I don't hear an objection, I have no response to make. So this issue was raised previously. It seems to me that much of what was asked, and I understand Mr. Galaviz, given the framework of what's previously been stated by the parties, that you felt that you have free range to ask about what Stephanie told Georgianne. But if I get an objection, I'll respond accordingly tomorrow. That's all I can say, right? I mean, it seems clear to me that it is hearsay, and that if there's an objection, I'll respond, and if there continues to be questions calling for hearsay testimony, then I'll respond whenever it comes up. I don't know what else to tell you folks. I mean, that's the way it works. And if there's some tacit agreement to let what's in a diary in, that's a different question for me. And it appears to me that that is the case. But that's all I'll say. All right? Anything else from the state?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Be in those seats right before 8:30. Yes, it is my intent to start at 8:30.
Judge, I only asked it in case you had like a plea or some other matters on your calendar. I wasn't trying to be a smart aleck.
Oh, okay.
This time. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Y'all, I can't see my screen. I got my window open and the sun is reflecting off half the screen. I'm like trying to find the mute button. So how are we feeling about day one? Seems like Mom really didn't want to talk, but she's going to be forced into talking because she obviously talked to the detective and she said things. And it's going to be brought up. I hope she understands that things are going to get hard for her if she has to testify. So, all right, let's start day 2 because this was, a speedy trial. So we will finish out. We'll get through what we can on day 2 because I have to be done by at least 3:15. I got to go do, adult things like pay rent and stuff like that. I'll pay rent, but I ain't gonna eat next month. But I got a place to live. That's what I was all excited about. All right, let's find day 2. God, I hate to push any buttons because I always end up in the wrong place. Okay. We need day 2. Okay. I did watch some of it. That's what got me into the case. I don't know why. I started out with the opening statements, and I felt that the prosecutor was like, uh-oh, I better watch this one. So we're going to watch it together. So this is day 2. Wisconsin versus Matt Pahl, but it's still October 29th for us. Oh, look, Mom's the first one on the stand. Oh, good.
I do.
All right, have a seat, please. Tell us your name, please,
Georgianne Pavlons,
and spell your first name for us, please.
Georgiann.
And Pavlon's the last name?
Yes.
Spell that.
Pavlons.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Mrs. Pavlons, who are you married to?
Richard,
And do you have any children?
3.
Okay. Can you tell me the names of your 3 children?
Rich is our oldest, and David's our middle child, and Stephanie was our youngest.
Okay. And do you remember Stephanie's date of birth?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What was her date of birth?
February 19th, 1978.
Okay. Do you have any grandchildren?
Yes.
Okay. How many grandchildren do you have?
2.
And what are their names?
Layla Pavlons and Zachary Pavlons.
Who are Layla's mother and father?
Layla's mom is our daughter Stephanie, and her father is Matt Pahl.
And do you remember what year she was born in?
2003.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 55, and I'm going to publish that to the jury. Who's in this picture?
My daughter Stephanie.
And when was this taken? Do you know?
Ooh. I can't remember.
Okay. Well, is it an old photograph or is this pretty recent?
Oh, it's pretty recent.
Okay. This is how Stephanie looked before she ultimately died?
Yes.
Do you recall Stephanie being in a long-term relationship?
Yes.
Who is she in a relationship with?
Matt Pahl.
And do you remember when she met him?
In 99 at Sunset Bowl.
Okay. How old would Stephanie have been when she met him? Is she pretty young?
Yeah. She would have been 21.
And was Matt the same age as her or older?
He was older.
Do you recall how much older he was?
No.
Okay. But older than her.
Yeah.
And looking at Exhibit 55, it looks like Stephanie was a pretty thin, petite girl. Is that how she always was her whole life?
No.
Okay. Was she thin in the early 2020s?
No, not really. Not thin like she is here.
Okay. And in 2022, was she pretty thin?
Yeah.
Once Stephanie met Matthew Pahl, did she move in with him or did she continue to live with you?
No, she moved in with him.
And do you recall about when that would have been?
I think I'm not sure.
Did they date for a long time before they moved in together, or was it a...
No.
Okay. Was it pretty quick that they moved in together?
I think so.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Pahl in court here today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you please identify him by where he's seated and an item of clothing he's wearing?
Judge, I'll stipulate the ID.
All right, thank you. Next question.
So once Stephanie moved in with Matt, did she live with you full-time ever again?
No.
Where was she living after she moved in with Matt? Did you
In
know?
Menominee Falls.
How long did they live in Menominee Falls?
I really don't know. Because when they moved out of Menominee Falls, we didn't know that they had moved.
Okay. Did Stephanie share a lot of information about her life with you?
Not really. She was a pretty private person.
And Layla was born in 2003?
Yes,
Do you know where they were living when Layla was born?
in Menominee Falls.
Okay, and so Layla, Stephanie, and Matt were all living together.
Yes.
Was Stephanie's relationship with Matt could be categorized as kind of on again, off again?
Not at the beginning.
Okay, tell me about how their relationship was in the beginning.
They were just, he had his own business of fixing up houses inside and out, and she was his main worker.
Okay, so Stephanie actually worked for Matt?
Yeah, they worked together.
What kind of work did they do?
Construction on people's homes.
When Stephanie met Matt, so she met him in 1999, before that, did she have a lot of friends?
She had a few, yeah.
And a few close friends?
Yeah.
After she met Matt, did you know if Stephanie had any friends?
Not really. She didn't really have any friends.
Okay. And would Stephanie come and stay with you and your husband Richard sometimes?
Yes.
When did that start happening?
I can't recall.
Was it sometime in the last 5 years, 10 years?
Probably the last 5 to 8 years.
Okay. So you said at the beginning of their relationship, Matt and Stephanie stayed together all of the time, right?
Yep.
At what point did that start to change?
Oh, probably. That's a hard one.
Let me ask you a different question. In the last 5 to 8 years, was Stephanie staying at your residence on and off?
Yes.
Okay. And would she have things that she kept at your residence?
Yes.
Was there also things belongings that she kept at Matt's residence?
Yes.
And in those last 5 to 8 years, did Stephanie tell you when her and Matt would move to a different location?
No.
Why not?
Big secret.
It was a big secret?
Yeah.
She didn't want to talk to you about where she was living?
No.
If she did come over to your house, how would you know that she was coming?
She'd call me on her phone.
All right, so she has her own phone. You have her phone number. You guys communicate via text, call, something else?
Mostly calling.
Okay. And did she have a key to your residence?
I don't think so.
Okay. Would she come over if you and Richard weren't home?
No.
And Layla, when Layla's in high school, she's living in your home.
Right.
Okay. So does Stephanie come over and spend time with Layla at your home?
Yeah.
And was Matthew welcome in your home?
No.
Why not?
Because of the way he treated her.
Way he treated who?
Like, Steph.
Okay. What bothered you about that?
I just thought it was an unhealthy relationship, and she, I don't know.
In the last 5 to 8 years, did Matt ever come to your residence?
No.
Did you guys ever talk on the phone?
No.
You didn't have any communication with Matt?
No.
What kinds of things would Stephanie keep at your house?
Clothes.
Did she keep journals?
Yeah.
Bags, purses?
Yeah, she always maybe had 2 purses.
Okay. And how did you know that she was keeping things at Matt's house as well?
Because she'd go back there and live with him, but she wouldn't take anything from our house to go to his.
Okay, so she'd leave your house and she's not carrying a duffel bag full of clothes.
No.
And she would be there for a long period of time?
Yeah.
Would there be periods of 5, 10, maybe even 15 days where you don't see her? She's not at your house.
Correct.
Periods even longer than 15 days?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you would see her sporadically. Did you ever have a plan of when you knew you were going to see Stephanie or she was going to come over to your house and spend the night?
No.
Did Stephanie have a car in the last 5 years?
No.
So how did she get around?
Well, either Matt would take her or I would be her driver.
So if Stephanie had a doctor's appointment, how would she get there?
I would take her.
If she needed to pick up a prescription, how would she do that?
I would take her.
And were you picking her up from her place where she's staying with Matt or something else?
No, because we didn't know where they lived.
So if Stephanie calls you and says, hey mom, I have a doctor's appointment, I need you to pick me up, would you go to her apartment to pick her up?
No.
Where would you meet with her?
Wherever she told me to go, either the last place that she lived with him there was a Subway there, I would pick her up there. Or there's a gas station down on the corner of Delafield and Summit, I'd pick her up there.
And that was always at her insistence that you come to a different location to pick her up?
Yeah.
At some point though in 2021 or 22, did you learn that she was living on Delafield Street at an apartment?
Yeah, she told me.
Okay. And you learned that she was living at 1001 Delafield Street, the Willow Street apartments?
Yeah.
Was that unusual that she actually told you where she was living?
I kind of guessed it, I think, because I saw her, I watched her one day, kind of followed her, but...
So you followed her and kind of saw her walk?
Mom's being sneaky, following her. Oh, wow. So she was kind of worried about her daughter, I think, because she kind of knew how she was. I mean, I'd be concerned about her if I knew of all her prior attempts and stuff. I would keep track of my kid, no matter how old they are.
Up to those apartments?
Yeah. And I saw Matt's truck in the back.
And you said kind of throughout her life, her adult life, it was common for you to not know exactly where she was living.
Correct.
Was Stephanie a private person?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She just kept a lot of things to herself and didn't really share what was going on. I mean, there were times where I'd pick her up from her workplace. You know, I knew where she was working, but yeah, she really didn't share too much of what was going on.
So even though you saw her sporadically and maybe frequently, you weren't talking about her personal life.
Right.
Would you ask questions and she just didn't care to share, or you just didn't even
Sometimes.
ask? Okay. Did you mostly talk about her daughter, Layla?
Yeah.
Did she ever tell you about problems that she was having or her relationship? Would she talk to you if she was having problems?
No, not really.
And did she have any friends that she would talk to?
No.
You said that you drove Stephanie a lot of places, but would Matt also drive Stephanie to appointments or to pick up her prescriptions?
Yes, he would.
And how would Stephanie get to your house if she was coming over?
Matt would bring her.
And describe to me your house. Does it have a long driveway or is it close to the road?
It's not a long driveway.
Okay, and when Matt would come and drop her off, would he pull in the driveway, come in and say hi to you?
No.
How did that drop-off interaction go?
He would just drop her off on the street.
So he wouldn't even pull into the driveway?
No.
And you never had any interactions with him when he would stop in?
No.
He wouldn't come in and see Layla?
No.
He wouldn't come in and talk to Layla?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about Stephanie misusing her medications that she had?
Not really.
Okay. And when you would help her pick up her prescription, you weren't holding on to that for her, right?
No.
You were just driving her to the pharmacy to make those errands?
Yes.
In the summer of 2022, did you learn that Matt had hurt his foot?
Yes.
Had Stephanie been staying with you when she learned about that?
Yeah, I think she had been with us for a few days.
And what happens once Matt hurts his foot? Does she continue to stay with you?
No.
Where does she go?
Back by Matt to take care of him.
So she starts taking care of Matt and helping him with his foot?
Yeah.
Did you start seeing Stephanie less often?
Yes.
Was she staying with Matt more and more often after that injury occurred?
Yes.
Now, you said there was a time that you learned she was living at that apartment in Delafield. Did you ever know where they were living just prior to that apartment on Delafield Street?
Yes.
Where were they living before that?
On West Avenue by Walmart.
And you had picked up and dropped Stephanie off in that general area?
Yes.
When she left that apartment and ultimately goes to the Delafield Street apartment, was there a difference in how many belongings and personal items she kept at your house?
Yeah, she brought a lot of stuff to our house.
When she left the West Avenue apartment?
Yes.
So she had more of her things at your house after moving into Delafield Street?
Yes.
But still you knew she had things at Matt's because she wasn't carrying a big duffel bag every time she left?
Right.
Now, at the end of July, early August of 2022, did you and your family take a trip up to the Wisconsin Dells?
Yes.
And did Stephanie and Layla accompany you and your husband on that trip?
Yes.
Is that a trip that you often took with Layla as she was growing up?
Yeah, we had a condo up there that we stayed at once a year, a timeshare.
And this time in July, or I think it was the early August of 22, did Layla bring her boyfriend?
No.
So while you're on that trip, how did Stephanie seem?
She was excited to go with us because she hadn't gone with us for many years.
And how many days do you usually go when you go to the Dells?
Usually 10.
So you're up there for a long period of time?
Yeah.
Was Stephanie there the whole time or just a part of it?
No, she was there the whole time.
Okay, and does she drive up there with you?
Yeah.
And she comes back with you?
Yes.
And while you're up there, did she have any sort of disagreement with any of your family members?
Yeah, with her dad.
Okay. And when that disagreement happens, what does Stephanie do?
She went for a walk.
Does Stephanie like to go for walks?
Yeah.
She seems like she's a pretty active person.
Yes.
Working out a lot.
Yep.
Going for walks. Were you concerned at all that she went for a walk that day?
Not really.
And did she come back?
Yeah.
The last time that you saw Stephanie, fair to say that was towards the end of August of 2022?
Yeah.
She had stayed at your residence?
Well, when we got back from our timeshare, she went back by Matt.
Okay. And did you see her again at your house later in the month?
I don't think so.
Okay. So from the end of August until ultimately the police come to your residence on September 12th, had you heard from Stephanie?
No.
Now, tell me, was that unusual or concerning to you?
No, but what concerned me is a package came to the house and I texted her to tell her that she had a package and she didn't respond, and she always responded.
Did she always respond to your text messages or just if she had a package?
To the text message.
Okay. And was that the first time that you had texted her in that period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall, was that about September 8th?
No, I think, no, that was maybe the 25th of August.
Okay. And so when you text her and you don't hear a response, that's unusual.
Yeah.
Tell me why you didn't call the police.
I wasn't concerned with what was going on.
Did you have any reason to be concerned?
Not really.
Throughout her adult life, there'd be times where you wouldn't hear from her for a period of time.
Yes.
And although this might be unusual, were you worried about her safety?
No.
Had you heard from Matt that something bad had happened?
No.
Had you heard from Matt that he didn't know where she was?
No.
If you had heard...
Okay, so I'm confused. If there was so much DV going on between her and Matthew, why wasn't she concerned about her well-being when she wasn't at home? I mean, her own daughter didn't even think to call the police after how many days of not hearing from your mother or seeing her, or she's not picking up her meds. Like, what happened here? It's wild.
Something like that from Matt, would that have prompted you to contact the authorities or the police?
Possibly.
Okay.
But that's unusual.
Sure. Was it common for Stephanie to go anywhere without her phone?
No.
She always had her phone with her?
Yeah.
What about her purse?
Yeah, her purse too. She had her purse.
Always had her purse?
Yep.
So if she was leaving your house and, say, running an errand, would she have her phone and her purse?
Oh, yeah.
If she was leaving your house because she was getting picked up by Matt, would she have her phone and her purse?
Yeah.
So when Detective Fredericks and Detective Plennis come to your house and meet with you on September 12th of 2022, did you have any idea why they were there?
No.
Were you surprised to learn that Stephanie had been missing?
Yeah.
And between the last time that Stephanie left your house and when the police came to your house on September 12th, you never heard from Matt?
No.
Did detectives then at your house show you some photographs that they asked you to identify?
Yes, I believe of a ring and her tattoo.
Did they show you a pair of shoes?
Yeah, her shoes.
Okay.
That's what it was.
And what were they asking you when they showed you these pictures?
If I knew whose they were?
And did you know whose they were?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you first Exhibit 56. Do you recognize those shoes?
It showed it for a second and then it popped away, but yeah.
Okay, are they on your screen now?
No.
All right, we'll just give it a second. Okay.
Yeah, those are her shoes.
Those are her shoes? Those are Stephanie's shoes?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to show, I would move to admit Exhibit 56.
Sorry.
Objection.
Admitted.
And Exhibit 57.
Objection.
Those are Stephanie's shoes? That's just a different angle?
Yes.
Okay. And they asked you to identify a ring. I'm going to show you Exhibit 58. Do you recognize that ring?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that something that Stephanie wore often?
No.
But you knew it to be Stephanie's?
Yeah.
I would move Exhibit 55 through 58. 55 is the first photo.
All right. Admitted.
Now, Mrs. Pavlons, did you also, when law enforcement came to your residence, turn over some planners or some journals that you had found in her room?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibits 59 and 60. Can you take a look at these, please, ma'am? You recognize?
Yo, I just have to say her memory got really, really good today. Really, really good. Yesterday when that defense attorney was questioning her, she knew nothing. Poor lady. I hope she took something.
Yes.
Okay, and these are the journals that you turned over to law enforcement in September of 2022?
Yes.
Did you find those in Stephanie's room at your house?
Yes.
Was it on September 12th of 2022, after you looked at those photographs, that Detective Plennis and Detective Fredericks advised you that Stephanie was deceased?
Yes.
Did you have any reason before that meeting at your house to believe that she was in danger, unwell, or even deceased?
No.
So, Georgianne, after you learned from the police that Stephanie was deceased, did you call Matt?
No.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Did you tell him that Stephanie was deceased?
No.
And so that was on September 12th that you learned and were able to confirm that Stephanie was no longer alive, right?
Yes.
You talked a little earlier about Stephanie doing some work, and she worked with him in a with Matt in a refurbishing company. Did she have any other work that she did?
No.
Did she get a paycheck from Matt?
No.
How did she get paid?
He would just pay for things that she needed. He wouldn't give her money from the job.
And did you and her father, Richard, want her to get a real job where she would get a paycheck and have some money of her own?
Yeah, we wanted her to do that.
How long have you and Richard lived at your current residence?
52 years.
Okay, so the entire time that Stephanie and Matt are together, you're living at your residence?
Yes.
And that's in Delafield?
Yes.
Matt's obviously been to your residence if he's dropping Stephanie off. He always knew you to live there?
Yeah, I think.
And Stephanie had your cell phone number, or do you have a house phone at your house?
We have both.
Okay.
Cell and a house.
Okay, so she, I'm guessing, had your cell phone number, your house number saved in her phone?
Yeah.
She was contacting you regularly using her cell phone?
Yeah, off and on.
Did you know Stephanie to be a smoker?
Oh, yeah.
Did she smoke regular cigarettes, or did she use some type of vaping device?
I think she did both.
And was that something she'd done pretty much all her life?
No, I'm not sure when she started smoking. It wasn't in high school or...
You know, in the last few years, she was certainly smoking.
Yeah.
And both using cigarettes and vapes?
She started using the vape to try to quit smoking. She really had a very difficult time with quitting.
Thank you, Ms. Pavlons. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, you gotta leave.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Pavlons.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. So, let's start backwards. You know for a fact that Matt was paying Stephanie with cash, true?
No, that I don't know.
Because you said she was secretive.
Right.
And she didn't share anything with you, really. True?
Yes.
So, you don't know if Matt was giving her cash or how he was paying her, true?
True.
In fact, she was collecting Social Security, true?
She was on SSI, yes.
For about 20 years, true?
Yeah.
And she had a food card, true?
Yes.
And you indicated back in June of 2022, you learned that Matt hurt or broke his foot, true?
Yes.
And you learned that through Stephanie?
Yes.
Did you see Matt in any kind of medical Did you, strike that, did you ever see Matt during that time?
I don't remember.
I mean, you don't know for a fact whether he broke his foot, do you?
No.
But you only know what you know from Matt when Stephanie would tell you things about him, true?
True.
And she was very limited in what she would tell you, true?
Yes.
But prior to Matt breaking his foot in June of 2022, she had been living with you, true?
No. Our house wasn't her residence. She lived most of the time with Matt. She would come and visit us.
So didn't she have a bedroom at your home?
No, because our granddaughter had the bedroom.
So where would she sleep when she would sleep over at your house?
In a bunk bed, along with her daughter.
In the same room?
In the same room.
And is that where she kept her diaries?
Yes.
That's where she kept her prescription drugs?
Yes.
That's where she kept her clothes?
Yes.
She sometimes kept her prescription drugs in the bathroom, true?
No.
You told the officers that she kept her prescription drugs in the bathroom, but your husband got upset with that. Is that true?
Well, I don't remember that.
But during this period, Stephanie had gone over to Matt to help him because she had told you he had broke his foot, true?
True.
Do you know what she was doing to help him?
I think she was driving him to appointments. He couldn't drive because of the broken foot.
But you don't know that for a fact. Stephanie was telling you that, true?
True.
And you indicated that during this time you had no concerns at all about Stephanie being with Matt, true?
True.
Hold on a second. So then why was he not welcomed in their home? What if she didn't feel concerns about them two being together? Why couldn't he be in the house? That's a little weird to me. Sorry, I'm on hold with my bank. So that's just weird to me, but all right.
This time from June until August, did she ever come back home?
I don't remember.
Well, prior to June, when she was going over to Matt's house, prior to June now, did she ever come home?
Yeah.
And did she sleep at your home?
Yes.
And you didn't have any concerns when she would come over from Matt's house, did you?
No.
And you indicated that when you would go pick her up at Matt's residence, that you learned because you followed her, you would pick her up nearby, true?
True.
And nearby would be a subway, true?
True.
And nearby is also the Waukesha Police Department, true?
No.
I mean, if you drove down Delafield, you would have to go past the Waukesha Police Department to get to Matt's house, true?
There's no police department around on Delafield Street.
Oh, you don't notice the Waukesha Police Department? Did you ever see the big cow on Delafield?
Yeah, it used to be Golden Guernsey.
Correct. And right next door is the Waukesha Police Department. You never noticed that?
Oh, okay, next to that bakery.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that was only a short distance from where Matt lived, right? Maybe a block or so.
Y'all, she's killing me with the memories. She didn't remember where the police station was, but she remembered where that bakery was. I guess I'd remember where the bakery was too.
So, true?
Maybe a couple blocks, yeah.
And in fact, where the apartment is right down the street here from the courthouse, true? Away from the sheriff's department, maybe a couple blocks, true?
True.
And you knew, because Stephanie told you, that she was not on Matt's lease, true?
True.
She was not supposed to be staying there, true?
True.
Did you know that was one of the reasons why you couldn't pick her up by the entrance of the apartment building? Because she was not on the lease.
That I don't know.
Did you ever drop her off at Matt's apartment?
No.
Just picked her up?
Yeah, well, never picked her up from the apartment. Picked her up from, different places.
Yeah, thank you for correcting me. So, but you never dropped her off near places near the apartment? You're always the pickup person?
No, I would drop her off too. When she'd come to our house, I'd have to take her back home or back to Matt's. So.
What time period was that? Was that during this June, July, August period, or even before that?
I can't remember.
And you never noticed that when she would leave your house, she would pack up clothing in a bag and a travel bag to go to Matt's house?
Yeah, I think sometimes she would.
Yeah, and then sometimes when she would come back from Matt's house, she would come back with her dirty clothes in her travel bag and wash her clothes at your house.
Yep.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And that happened quite often, true?
That I'm not sure.
And you indicated that you were aware that Matt would drive Stephanie to her apartments, true?
Yes.
Again, you only knew that because Stephanie was telling you that.
Right.
You didn't know that for a fact. True?
Well, how do you prove something like that?
Correct. You only knew she was telling you stuff and
Yeah.
you would drive her to her apartments, true?
Yes.
You would drive to pick up a prescription, true?
A few times.
A few times you picked it up yourself without Stephanie, true?
Yeah.
And that was alprazolam, true?
I have no idea what I was picking up.
The police have records of you picking up her alprazolam. Would you disagree with those records?
Nope, if that's what I told them, that's got to be true.
You also picked up her buprenorphine patches. I think it's spelled buprenorphine.
Whatever.
And you were she was also taking oxycodone and other medicines for her.
Buceprone. It's something to go along with another antidepressant like Celexa or something. It just kind of helps keep you mindful, like keep your mind from wandering. I take it too.
Epilepsy, true?
Yeah.
And these are some of the prescriptions you were picking up and some of the prescriptions she was picking up when you were driving her, true?
Yeah.
And where were you picking up these prescriptions at?
I think mainly Pick and Save over off of Sunset.
The pharmacy over off of Sunset here in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
And in that Pick and Save area, there's other stores like the Target.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stores, a lot of eating places.
And again, if it wasn't for Matt driving her around, it was you, true?
Yes.
Like you indicated, you were basically her taxi driver, true?
True.
And she didn't drive too much because she didn't have a car, true?
True.
She also had seizures, true?
Yes.
In fact, one time when she was driving, she had a seizure and she crashed her vehicle, true?
True.
And she got herself injured, right?
Yes.
And she was taking medicine for her injury, true?
Probably.
Her back. She injured her back.
Yeah.
And in this business that Matt had for fixing up and restoring homes, you indicated Steph would help him, true?
Yes,
And sometimes you would pick her up from the job site
yes.
and take her back to your house?
Well, I'll take her to appointments.
Okay. And you know, they, or Matt and Steph had a storage unit up in Sussex, true?
Yes, I
The
believe
Pewaukee
so.
area.
Yeah,
Yeah, you went there, true?
yeah, she showed me.
Yeah, you went with Steph.
Yeah,
Matt wasn't with you, true?
no,
Did you enter the storage facility with Steph?
no.
Objection relevance.
Rule. Continue, next question.
Again, you indicated Steph smoked cigarettes, true?
Yes,
She vaped, true?
yes.
Did she go outside the house at your place to do that, or did she do that inside the house?
Mostly outside, but sometimes she would in the house and we didn't really want her to do that in the house. But sometimes she did.
But mostly she went outside the house, true?
Yes.
Because that would make you happy.
Yeah,
And you indicated times that she would go for walks, too,
yeah.
when she was at your house.
Okay, y'all, I don't know what's going on. Because I can see it. I'm still seeing them on Testify, so I don't know what's going on.
And there are paths that lead from your house to the orthopedics building, true?
That I have no idea.
And I think you indicated that in the beginning of August, you and Steph and the family all went up to the Dells for 10 days, true?
True.
Did you take her there?
Yeah,
And she was having a great time, she was happy, true?
yeah.
And prior to that, she had been at Matthew's apartment, true?
While we were up there?
No, prior to you taking her, she had come from Matthew's apartment.
Yes, yes,
And again, when she came up there, you had seen her, she appeared to be fine, true?
yeah.
And you said when she was up there, her and your husband got in an argument and she went for a walk in the woods, true?
True.
And did she take her purse?
I don't remember.
She probably didn't take her purse, would you think?
Probably not, maybe her phone.
Right. So you don't know what she took, true, but probably she didn't take her purse.
I don't remember.
And isn't it true she got lost in the woods?
Not that I don't know.
Well, he's gonna help her remember.
Now, Ms. Pavlons, the last time you saw Stephanie, based upon my reading of what I've received, was around August 20th of 2022, true?
I don't remember the date. It's the day we got back from our timeshare.
When did you get back?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if the reports indicate that you got back around August 5th, would you disagree with those reports?
Like I said, I don't remember.
Fair enough. So, around August 20th, you don't remember Matt coming over to pick her up at your house? Because they were going to go swimming?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
And again, you don't have contact with her. You said around August 25th, she receives a package and you text her.
Yes.
Do you know what was in the package?
No.
And she doesn't respond. True?
True.
You don't have any concerns about that she doesn't respond?
No.
And again, you don't have contact with her at all until, that was the last time you had contact with her, right? When Matt came up and picked her up. True?
Yeah.
And then when the police came over to your house September 12th, you indicated to them that you had a feeling that she had passed away. True?
I don't remember. If it's in the report, I guess it's true.
Yeah, it says you weren't surprised because you had a feeling she had passed away. True?
I don't remember.
And the first words that came out of your mouth was suicide. True?
Don't remember.
So why isn't he bringing up the thing he had with Detective Fredericks, whatever his name is? If she's having such a hard time remembering things she supposedly has said. Sorry, I forgot I was on hold with these people still. All right. Sorry.
And you kind of indicated to the officer, you did indicate to the detective, Detective Fredericks was the person that was talking to you at the time, true?
True.
And he's in court today, right?
Yes.
And he was with another detective, a Detective Plennis, true?
Yes.
For the record, spelled Plennes. And they were interviewing you and your husband, true?
True.
But mainly Detective Fredericks was talking to you, true?
True.
And you had indicated that, even if she had died, Matt wouldn't have told you that. Wouldn't have called you to let you know, true?
True.
You guys weren't talking to each other, true?
True.
For about 20 years, true?
Not that long, I don't think.
For a long time, true?
Yeah.
You didn't call him, true?
True.
He didn't call you, true?
True.
No talking, ever?
Nope.
And they kind of told you where they found her body, true, by orthopedics, true?
True.
And you had no idea why she would be there, true?
True.
You had no idea that she had been accompanying Matt to orthopedics for his appointments, true?
Well, yeah, I knew his appointments were there.
You didn't know she was going with him to his appointments.
Well, when she had to drive him, yeah, she'd go with him.
You knew she was taking him to the orthopedics there on Gulf Road?
Wherever his appointments were, I knew she was driving. I don't know where the appointments were.
Okay.
But
So you knew she was taking him to his appointments, but you didn't know where those appointments were.
Right.
True? So when you told the police you had no idea why she would be in that area, that's true. You had no idea, right?
Right.
That that's where she was taking him.
Yeah.
Or he was taking her and she was waiting for him. True?
Yeah.
There was something she didn't share with you. True?
True.
And you indicated that she was a very quiet person, your daughter, true?
Yes.
She could hardly get a word out of her, true?
True.
And you indicated that they lived in Menominee Falls for a while, true?
Yes.
Layla was born there, too?
Yes.
Eventually, Layla was taken away from them and lived with you, true?
True.
And you raised Leda since she was about 9, true?
True.
Okay, so the daughter was removed from Stephanie and Matthew. She was taken from them and I suppose given to the grandparents. Didn't they say that Stephanie had a son? Didn't they? She said she had a son and a daughter, or was she talking about her son? And I'll have to look that up. I'll let you guys know. So far, I think this trial is going really good. Just a few bumps here and there. I'm trying to let the people talk. I know I have to break through every once in a while, but when they're saying something good, I think about, oh, I should probably say something. And sorry, my neighbors are yelling. And and then I break in but okay. I'll be back.
You told the Detective Fredericks that she was on a lot of medication, true?
True.
That she got shots in her neck for her seizures, true?
Wasn't for seizures.
What was her shots for?
She had hurt her neck and she had pain, a lot of pain in her neck. I think it might have been from that car accident.
And when they lived in Menominee Falls, Matt and Steph, there came a point in time, did you ever drive over to the residence in Menominee Falls?
Oh, sure.
Did you do that many times?
Yeah.
Did you ever have to drive down there because your daughter, Stephanie, called you and she was depressed?
No.
You ever remember telling the detectives, you told Steph, don't do it, and then you told the detectives at the same time that, my cousin committed suicide, my uncle committed suicide. Remember telling the detectives that?
No, I don't.
And in that same breath, you told the detectives that when they lived on West Avenue, you went and met Stephanie behind the Walmart by the train tracks, true?
Yeah.
What was her demeanor like when you saw her by the train tracks?
She was very upset.
Did she seem depressed?
No, she was just really upset.
Do you know how close she was to the train tracks?
Aren't they on the other side of Walmart?
Correct.
Yeah.
Did you know how close she was to the train tracks or where she was standing?
She was on the opposite side from the train tracks. She was by the garden, that side, by the bus stop.
You also told the detective that Stephanie, your daughter, you need to be disrespectful, she was a cutter. Is that true?
I don't recall, I don't remember.
You don't recall telling the detective that Stephanie would cut herself?
No, I don't. If it's in the report, I must have.
going to need you to remember. Okay? We just need you to, because they're going to bring it up. They're going to bring up the video.
Ms. Pavlons, do you remember a time in March of 2021 or 2021 when Steph had overdosed at your house?
No, I don't remember that at all.
Do you remember Matt coming over to help?
No. Don't remember.
Do you remember Steph coming out of the house to meet Matt and your granddaughter being there, Kayla? Layla?
Yeah, I don't remember.
You don't remember that? So it could have happened, but you just don't remember it today.
I don't know. Yeah.
Did you ever have, strike that, you indicated Stephanie was taking medication for seizures, true?
True.
Do you know how long she had been taking that medication?
I think from the time that she got pregnant with Layla.
Did you ever see her have seizures?
Yes.
Did she have them frequently?
No.
Did she have them at your house?
A couple of times.
And how would she react when she had seizures? I mean, what would happen to her body?
She could feel it coming, so she'd sit down.
Would
lose her balance.
Would cause her to fall?
Yeah.
Did you see her body shake at all?
I don't remember.
Did she have to unbuckle her clothes or loosen her clothes because she wasn't feeling good?
No.
Was Layla ever around when she had these seizures?
Yeah.
Did Layla also have to help her, Steph, when she had seizures?
Yes.
So either you were helping her or Layla was helping Steph
I have
deal
a
with
house.
Stephanie deal with these seizures.
Yeah.
Do you know what would cause her to have these seizures?
Nope, that's why it's called epilepsy.
So they could happen at any time, true?
True.
You never knew when they were coming, true?
True.
Just these four things.
You knew that Matt, sitting here to my right, had bought Stephanie a new cell phone, true?
I think so.
You think so, true?
Yeah.
And you knew also that Stephanie was planning on going to the Philippines, true?
True.
You have a family member that lives in the Philippines?
Yes, y'all, I forgot to tell you, I did read that Stephanie was talking to one of the women that Matthew was talking to, and they were making plans to visit the Philippines to meet this woman. So I'm not sure what Matthew was telling her or what's going on, but no way, never. I would never. Nope.
My brother.
And she was planning on going to visit him, true?
True.
Do you know that she was going to go with Matt to the Philippines?
Yes.
And she was just waiting for her passport?
Yes.
I have no further questions, John.
Read what?
Very briefly, Mrs. Pavlons, you just said she was waiting for her passport. Did her passport arrive after you learned she was deceased?
Yes, it did.
And you said that she was planning on visiting the Philippines. Did you know when that was going to happen?
Well, once she got her passport.
So she needed that to go to the Philippines.
Yep.
You were asked about a time at West Avenue when she was behind the Walmart. What was Stephanie upset about on that day?
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Hang on a second. Well, she answered she doesn't remember, and so I'll overrule the objection, but continue. Next question.
Was her passport that package that you messaged her letting her know that it was there, or was that something else?
No, it was something else.
Nothing else, thank you.
All right, any recross?
Just a question of that last answer. You indicated you didn't know what was in the package when I asked you, true?
True.
So how did you know it wasn't passport?
Well, when the package came, I didn't know what it was.
Oh, but you opened it?
No. I never opened her mail or any packages that she got.
Okay, I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, and you can step down.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Amy Shield.
So how do we think Mom did? Can we talk about this in the comments section? You got to give me something to talk about here. I think Mom is upset. I think Mom didn't want to talk about how she lost her I think maybe her only daughter. I don't know what's going on outside, but oh yeah, I forgot to look if she had more children. So we're on to the next witness. I don't think we're going to finish up day 2 because when Son gets home, I have to end. So, and he gets off at 3:30 my time. So, all right, let's keep going.
All right. Let's see.
Thank you, ma'am.
Y'all seeing Mom side-eyeing him?
Come on up to the witness stand, please, and once you get up there, remain standing and raise your right hand. We face our clerk, please.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, have a seat, please. Could you state your name, please?
Amy Shield, S-H-E-I-L.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. How are you employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner for Waukesha County.
And how long have you held that position?
About 10 years and 5 months.
Okay. Before your testimony here today, did you provide us with a copy of your curriculum vitae?
I did.
Okay, I just want to make this very clear that we are all adults here. This is a medical examiner. She's going to talk and describe things that some can't handle. Sometimes it's a little much for me. So if you feel like you can't watch it, maybe just come back and fast forward through it after we've gone through the medical examiner part. I'm not sure what they're going to show. I'm not sure what she's going to say, but I do know Stephanie's body was in very, very bad shape. So please keep this in mind while we are listening to Amy Shield here.
And does that truly and accurately represent your education and professional experiences and training?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to please display for the witness exhibit 61, if there's no objection to that. Can we put it up, Mr. Wolf? The CV.
No objection.
All right, no objection, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're not going to go through this whole document because I believe it's a little bit lengthy, but if you could just explain to the jury your education and background. If we need to refer to portions of the document, we certainly can.
I completed college and medical school at Creighton University in Nebraska. I graduated with an MD in 2003. And then I completed a residency, which is training in pathology, which is a study of disease and injury. Then I completed a fellowship, which is a year of specialized training in forensic pathology, which is how disease and injury cause death. I practiced in South Carolina as a medical examiner or forensic pathologist for about a year prior to completing Then I worked as a pediatric pathologist for about 5 years prior to re-entering forensic medicine by coming to Waukesha County.
And if you could just scroll down on page 1 a little bit, please, your certifications and licensing, these are all still current to date?
Yes.
Okay. And are you board certified?
I am.
In what field?
Anatomic and clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and pediatric pathology.
And you have held both certifications for some length of time?
Yes.
What are your main duties and responsibilities as a associate medical examiner?
My main duty is to determine cause and manner of death. And in so doing that, I perform autopsies and external examinations. Sometimes in the course of an examination, I might need to review medical records, perform laboratory tests like toxicology, do an autopsy, which is external and internal examination, microscopic examination, review of police records, and whatever additional information might be necessary in order to determine cause and manner of death. I do some teaching and testify in court.
About how many times have you testified in court?
Probably at least 50.
Are you, or, well, there's another doctor that works in the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
Are one of you doctors asked to review every death in Waukesha County?
Not every death. Those deaths that are reported to our office, sometimes like facilities, like nursing homes or assisted livings, hospitals, any scene death, which is a death at home, we do review or investigate any deaths that are reported to us.
Are you sometimes notified by law enforcement?
Yes.
And those would again be, well, in what circumstance would law enforcement notify you?
Law enforcement notifies us sometimes when it's a home death, sometimes when it's some type of violent death, meaning a motor vehicle accident. Sometimes we're notified by law enforcement when there's been any kind of injury like hanging or a gunshot wound. And in anything that's suspicious, law enforcement will call us.
And in addition to the medical doctors that work in the office, you have investigators?
Yes.
And what's their role?
Our deputy medical examiners or investigators generally are those people who initially take the call. So they might talk to law enforcement or the reporting facility, gather some background information, and then our investigators are generally the first people to respond if a scene investigation is necessary.
Are they trained, are they medical doctors?
They're not doctors, but they are trained in death investigation.
Okay. And you have a staff of several different people that do that kind of work for you?
Yes.
And you said they will go to a crime scene if called by law enforcement?
Yes.
And then ultimately, may you go to a crime scene if necessary?
Yes.
Who decides whether or not you actually come out there?
The pathologist. Sometimes the law enforcement might request the pathologist to respond, but there are certain cases in which the pathologist always goes. Anything that's suspicious, unexpected, or unusual, some infant deaths, and anything that's complex and maybe regards or needs oversight or additional hands. So if it's a multiple fatality traffic crash, we might also respond.
So you're on call 24/7, 365?
Yes, one of the pathologists in our office is always on call.
Okay. You had testified earlier that your main responsibility in a suspicious death is to determine cause and manner of death. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain those terms to the jury, please?
The cause of the death refers to why the person is dead. The manner of death refers to the circumstances surrounding that death. And there are 5 options when it comes to manner of death. It could be homicide, suicide, accident, natural, meaning only a medical condition contributed to the death, or undetermined, meaning there's not enough evidence to commit to a different manner of death. The cause of the death might be a myriad, there might be myriad reasons why a person is dead, but there are only 5 circumstances that explain how the person became dead.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a common cause and manner that you may see in your discipline?
The cause of death might be a gunshot wound to the head. The manner of death could be homicide, it could be suicide, or it could be an accident, depending on the investigation and the circumstances surrounding that death. Does that make sense?
Have you been called to scenes where you ultimately concluded the manner of death was homicide?
Yes.
More than once?
Yes.
And have you been called to scenes or investigated cases where you determined the manner of death to be suicide?
Yes.
Multiple times?
Suicide less commonly, generally because the pathologist's investigation at the scene is not always necessary.
Whose investigation would you rely on then in suicide if you don't go to the scene?
The investigator in our office and police.
Okay. Attorney Wolf, did you wish to voir dire the witness any further?
No, she's okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you, on the date of September 9th of 2022, did you respond to a scene in the town of Delafield off of Gulf Road for a report of a dead body that had been found in the woods?
Yes.
And did you physically go up there?
Yes.
Did you inspect the body on scene?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of the body in the field?
Okay.
In the field, I mean the woods.
As I was walking towards where police indicated the body was, I noticed that we were walking through long grass towards a wooded area. On the other side of the wooded area was a golf course. As we approached the wooded area, walking through this long grass, I noticed there was a disposable scalpel to one side of where we were walking. We entered this wooded area where there's quite a lot of vegetation, trees, dead brush, grass, leaves, and there's a body lying on its back, partially clothed, not covered by anything other than some leaves. When I examined the body, I noticed that it appeared to be a woman. She was wearing a black t-shirt, a bra, jeans, and athletic shoes, as well as socks.
What was the condition of the body?
She was moderately decomposed and partially skeletonized.
What does that mean, partially skeletonized?
So she was decomposing, and in the process of decomposition, as the tissues break down, the bone is then exposed. So partially skeletonized refers to the fact that most of the soft tissue was gone from her face, and I could see portions of her skull.
What about her neck area?
Her neck was largely skeletonized. She really didn't have any soft tissue left in the neck area.
Did you observe any insect infestation?
Yes, there were some maggots, but mostly pupa casings, which are the casings that surrounded the insect as it was developing. There were beetles, and I believe a butterfly.
Okay. Did you, you indicated that the body had showed signs of decomposition, correct?
Yes.
When does decomposition of a body start?
Decomposition starts immediately after death, so cessation or stopping of respiration, heartbeat. The cells die immediately. It takes a while for that change or cell death to become evident grossly, so by the naked eye, when looking at a body, but cell death starts immediately after the person is no longer alive.
To your knowledge, doctor, is there an odor unique to human beings that is emitted immediately upon death?
The body starts to decompose immediately. My understanding is that from a canine point of view, there are certain odors that are detectable very shortly after death by a dog. Humans, we can't smell, but we don't have that sensitive a sense of smell, so it's not immediately evident to us.
And is it, have there been identified volatile organic compounds unique to decomposing human remains as opposed to, say, decomposing animal remains?
Yes.
So if the odor can be detected, it can be specific to a human being versus any other animal or living creature?
Yes.
Okay. How does decomposition progress?
Well, cell death starts immediately. We notice at first because the cells lose energy, and that's why rigor mortis, which is stiffening of muscles, comes and then passes. We also see livor mortis, which is pooling of the blood to dependent areas. At about 36 hours, and that's not an exact estimate, depending on the ambient temperature, the temperature of the body habitus. There are a lot of variables that determine how quickly decomposition progresses. But at about 36 hours after death, we might see greening of the abdomen. Sorry, my mouth is very dry. And that greening of the abdomen slowly encompasses the whole body. And then we might see skin slippage or blistering as the skin decomposes. The body will bloat. We'll start to see insects and eventually skeletonization as that soft tissue disappears.
Thank you. You mentioned environmental factors can play a role. Can you explain that, please?
So if a body is outside, decomposition will proceed more quickly, especially if it's in a warm environment or a hot environment. Decomposition will come on more quickly, be evident more quickly, and progress quite rapidly because we're also dealing with insects. In body indoors generally doesn't have the same type of insect activity that a body outside will have, because insects will easily find that body outside and contribute to the decomposition process. If the environment is moist, but there's still oxygen, again, decomposition proceeds quickly.
Ask Ms. Gussie to please put up Exhibit 19, which was previously testified and admitted with Detective LaFleur. Is that on your screen, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And we did blur the head region of this person, but other than that, is this consistent with your recollection of the victim that you identified, or excuse me, examined in the woods on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just, I guess, start near the mid-region and work your way up towards the head and identify for us things you're seeing that are important to your analysis and examination of the body?
If you start at the mid photo, you can see that the body is at least partially clothed in a black t-shirt. There's a black bra, which is actually pulled up a little bit above the level of the breasts. The skin that you can see of the abdomen, which is below the bra, is very yellow. It looks dry, it's very leathery in terms of quality and wrinkled. The arms are held in a flexed position, so bent at the elbows with the hands near the head. You can see some defects to the chest region where the skin appears to be blackened. This is likely due to a result of insect activity because insects generally will consume soft tissue remains. So insect activity will leave holes in the body, the skin, as they consume the flesh, and that's likely what you're seeing here. One thing to note is that insect activity will start at around orifices. So the lips, the eyes, the mouth, any orifice on the body that insects can get into, they will, and that includes wounds. So if there's any kind of purge fluid, which is fluid emitted after death, or blood, insects are going to be attracted to those areas, and decomposition will proceed more quickly in those areas.
Would that possibly explain why the face and neck were partially skeletonized and the chest area, abdomen was not?
Yes.
Okay. Did you pronounce cause of death at the scene?
I pronounced time of death.
I'm sorry, time of death, yes. And do you remember what time that was?
I don't recall what time exactly.
Okay, we'll get to that in your report then. When you observed the position...
Wait a minute. How can she tell the time of death? I can see the dates, but how can she pinpoint the time? This had been how many days? That's confusing, right? Like, am I wrong? That don't seem right. Yeah, that's confusing. Sorry, y'all. I thought I pushed play.
Of this body, did you make any conclusions as to how the body may have come to this place and how long it had been at this resting spot?
It's difficult just based on position to draw conclusions. I think what was more important was that when we moved the body, there was the vegetation death underneath the body. So there was no more living leaves. As you can see around the body, there are green leaves. Underneath the body is what we call a cadaver decomposition island. So where the body was in contact with the ground, there was no more vegetation growth or life. And that's due to leaching of decomposition fluid into the ground. It kills the vegetation because there are increased levels of calcium, potassium, phosphorus, things like that will kill the growth. The state of decomposition needed to be taken into consideration with the weather in the area, but I thought it had probably been at least a week to a week and a half, maybe a little bit longer, that this body had been in this area.
And did you draw any conclusions or have any impressions of the shirt being pulled up and the arms being up at around her ears?
Conclusions could be just speculative because I don't know why the shirt was pulled up or the bra was pulled up, but it was ostensibly possible that she had been dragged and dumped in this area or placed in this area.
Okay. If you could please put up 18. And 18 shows a little bit more of the mid-region and her thighs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was going on in the mid-region?
You can see she's wearing denim blue jeans. She has a belt, which is unbuckled. The jeans are unstrapped, and the zipper was a little bit down. You can still see the t-shirt and bra have not been disturbed. They're still pulled up. You can see her navel just above the waistline of the jeans.
Okay. And there's appears to be some white discoloration on the jeans. Do you know what that is?
There was some dirt on the jeans.
Okay. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Number 16, please. This is the lower portion of the body. And that's the position the legs were in?
Yes.
The body was almost fully stretched out, is that right?
Yes.
Have you seen other, well, strike that. The one leg is bent, but the other leg is almost straight down. Did you draw any conclusions from the position of the legs or the feet?
No.
Okay. What do you recall the weather to have been either on September 9th or around that time?
It had been very hot during the last week of August. It had also rained at least a couple of times. There was dirt in the folds of the jeans, especially around the ankles. So it looks like it had rained hard enough that some dirt from the ground had gotten onto the jeans. But it was hot and humid.
Like the mud splashed up onto the
yes
jeans from like a pelting rain?
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform an autopsy on, well, strike that, let me ask you, were you ever able to identify this person?
Yes.
On scene, could you identify this person?
No.
And how did you identify this person?
After we transported the body back to our office where we have a morgue, we then the next day commenced the examination. So based on the clothing she was wearing, and when we took the clothing off, she had 2 tattoos, and she was also wearing a ring, I believe on her right hand, one of her fingers. Based on the jewelry and the clothing and the 2 tattoos, we were able to make a presumptive identification.
And what was that identification?
That this was Stephanie Pavlons.
Did you confirm that identification later?
Yes, identification was confirmed based on a surgical pin that was in the scaphoid bone of her right wrist. That was corroborated with Stephanie Pavlons' medical records. We also found a partial denture with her initials SP in the soft tissues near her neck.
And we were able to later confirm that through dental records?
Correct.
Okay. Before I move on, you mentioned the pin in her wrist. What was that about?
She apparently had a wrist injury at some point, and it's not an uncommon injury, so a pin is placed in this small bone called the scaphoid to hold it in place and let it heal.
So as you were testifying, you were, I think, demonstrating where the scaphoid bone is?
Towards the inside of your wrist.
Okay, maybe just, if you could hold it up a little so the people in the back could see here.
Right about there.
Okay. Up really near the base of the thumb?
Yes.
Okay, not down here in the middle area of your wrist or start of your forearm?
Right.
Okay. That may have been placed there for some type of medical treatment in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform an autopsy on Ms. Pavlons' body?
Yes.
Have you performed autopsies in the past?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 2,000, probably about 2,300 autopsies in my career.
What's the process that you use?
Well, we start with an external examination whenever we're going to do an autopsy. We don't just jump to the Y incision and do an external examination. So the process of an autopsy first starts with making sure we have positive identification. Then we describe identifying features if they're there, like hair color, eye color, any scars, tattoos, and then we move on to injuries, medical interventions, things like that prior to doing the Y incision. At the point at which we're done with the external, we do the Y incision, which is the typical Y incision you may have seen on TV. We open the body and examine all of the internal organs. We look at the organs' relationships to one another, and then we eviscerate, which means we take out all of the organs, further dissect them, and examine each organ individually. We weigh all the major organs and do relatively deep.
She's talking about a regular autopsy because I read that there were no organs left. She was empty.
Detailed examinations on each organ. After we've taken out the body organs, then we move on to the head. We always take the brain out after we eviscerate the other organs. And after the brain is removed from the skull, then we do a neck dissection and take out the neck organs.
Is that the procedure you used in Ms. Pavlons' case?
Ms. Pavlons was somewhat different due to the state of decomposition. I did perform a Y incision. I took out the organs she had remaining, meaning the ones that were not absent due to decomposition. I examined those organs, and then for Ms. Pavlons, we needed to do an anthropological assessment. So we had to move on with that, which is another type of procedure we certainly don't do in everybody.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit marked 62.
Okay.
Dr. Shield, can you please identify exhibit 62?
This is Stephanie Pavlons' autopsy report.
Is this the document that you authored?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would please turn to page 2. And if you need to refer to the report, you may. But if you remember this, that's fine too. So I want to start in the section about the clothing and the observations you made about her clothing, please. What do you remember about the clothing, the condition?
You know what? Let's take before we start with this,
Okay.
let's take a break, about 10
Sure.
minutes or so, okay? And then we'll come back after that. And,
That's a lot for someone to take in. Could you imagine to be a juror and having to listen and look at the pictures? Oh my God, I couldn't. When I was a juror, man, it was for a robbery. So we will zoom. Son will be off here in the next 10 minutes. So we will.
stand down from you, Ms. Opper.
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Take a short break, folks, about 10 minutes. And Doctor, you can step down if you'd like, okay? Kenzie, we're gonna need some more water over here too, okay? Yeah, I know.
You know, Matthew carries his age very well. He does not look to be 55.
Sure, please be seated, everybody. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Opper.
Thank you. So, Dr. Shea, I was on page 2 of your autopsy protocol, Exhibit 62, and asking you to begin describing the observations you noted about Ms. Pavlons' clothing.
She was clad in a short-sleeved black t-shirt, which was askew. The bottom hem was positioned above the breast, and the left sleeve was around the left hand. Black bra, which was pulled up above the breast. Blue denim jeans. There was a safety pin through each cuff of the jeans. She was wearing a black belt with a white metal buckle, which was unbuckled. Light blue underpants, green and gray socks, and gray, white, pink, and purple lace-up athletic shoes.
All right. And then if you could go down to the next section where you describe the general external examination and explain to us the process there, please.
Okay. So the first line just is an overall description of the body. So she was a decomposed, partially skeletonized, white female based on her hair and the texture of her hair and the color of the hair. The body weight was 46 pounds.
Okay, let me ask you a question there.
Sure.
That was her weight at autopsy, correct?
Correct.
After the body had decomposed?
Yes.
Okay, are you able to give us any indication as to her approximate size prior to her death?
No.
If I told...
Wow. So at autopsy, she was like nothing. Nothing, guys. Poor lady. So horrible to have to go through that and be found like that. Man, I hope she's resting peacefully in heaven.
Her driver's license listed a weight of 118 pounds. Would that be consistent with what you observed?
Yes.
And did you note what size pants she was wearing in the clothing?
Yes.
What size pants?
Size 7 jeans.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, please.
The estimated body length was 64.5 inches, and that was estimated because her cervical spine, her cervical vertebrae, the vertebrae in her neck, were disarticulated, so I couldn't get an exact body length.
What does disarticulation mean, please?
Oh, they were separated because of decomposition.
So, in layperson's terms, what does that mean?
They were apart, so instead of being in a column and attached like they should have done with ligaments and tendons, they were separated.
Just the vertebrae?
The cervical vertebrae.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
She did not have any rigor mortis.
So if I were to have, when I have an autopsy, or if I ever have one, they're just going to find that rods and fusions are holding my neck together.
And rigor mortis, the blood pooling that I mentioned earlier, was not discernible, again, due to decomposition. She was, in terms of the decomposition, she was missing portions of soft tissue from her scalp, face, neck, and areas of the chest and back. And where the soft tissue was absent, the bones were exposed.
Okay.
Her skin was discolored and desiccated, meaning starting to dehydrate. with areas of sloughing or slippage, meaning the skin surface was coming off. And she had insect activity, including maggots, fly eggs, beetles, and those pupa casings.
Is that consistent with what you had described for us when we had Exhibit 19 up, or 18, showing her body?
It was difficult to see the insects in that photo.
Okay, but the rest, as far as the leathery skin and the discoloration, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any action as it relates to the insects?
I did collect pupa casings and representative insects, including maggots.
For what purpose?
These were sent to a forensic entomologist at Purdue. The forensic entomologist can examine, speciate these insects or insect casings and give us an estimated range of time these insects would have appeared on the body.
Okay. When, during the autopsy, did you observe voluminous number of insects?
Yes.
In various stages?
In various stages, yes.
Okay. All right. What about her head? What observation did you make during the general observation of the head area?
The scalp hair was largely sloughed, meaning it had already separated from the scalp, and what little soft tissue was left on the scalp, the hair was matted and tangled underneath the skull. The hair was light brown with gray roots, straight and about 10 centimeters in length. As far as other features, her eyes were absent due to decomposition. The nasal skeleton, what remained, was intact. Her teeth were natural but in poor condition. There were several teeth remotely absent, and the ears were absent due to decomposition.
Okay, as for next page, page 3, the torso, what did you observe there?
The skin over the torso and extremities was dry, leathery, discolored, tan brown to black. The cervical spine was exposed due to loss of soft tissues in the neck, and the cervical vertebrae were separated. In the right supraclavicular region, which is the area of the right shoulder, the hyoid bone and fragments of the neck cartilage were identified.
They're not supposed to be there, are they?
No.
Why were they there?
Partly due to decomposition, so they weren't in their original locations. It could have been some slippage, it could have been animal activity. I don't know exactly why they ended up right here.
Okay. What did you note about the hyoid bone?
The hyoid bone, which is a U-shaped bone that usually sits right under the chin and protects the cartilage of the upper airway. The hyoid bone was intact, so it did not have fractures.
And trachea?
The trachea was not identified.
Was it absent?
Yes.
Okay. So, no eyes, no ears, no trachea, no skin tissue to the nose?
Correct.
Okay. And all of that you believe caused by the insect activity?
Decomposition and insect activity.
Okay. All right. Did you observe, I'm a little bit lower on page 3 now, any evidence of injury to the body?
I observed no external trauma to the body or internal trauma. The caveat is that because she was missing portions of soft tissue, such as the neck, there were limitations to whether there were injuries there that I simply could not evaluate because she was missing those portions of tissue.
Like what kinds of things may you see?
If, say, she were fresh and didn't have decomposition, There could have been bruising to her skin over any area of her body that it would have been evident. Any kind of trauma, sharp force injuries, blunt force injuries,
Abrasions?
scrapes, yes.
Okay. And you couldn't see any of that anywhere on her body?
Correct.
Why not?
Decomposition changes the color of the skin, which you saw in those photographs, and it causes hardening or leathery texture to the skin, so it will obscure things like bruises. It might obscure abrasions, but if it's not there, it also can't be evaluated.
Okay. Did that hamper your ability to make ultimate conclusions in this case?
Yes.
Significantly?
Yes.
Did you perform an internal examination on the body?
Yes.
And this is when you described you do the Y incision and examine the internal organs?
Yes.
There was a number of internal organs that were just missing, correct?
Correct.
Absent entirely.
Yes.
Did you have an understanding as to how that occurred?
Her abdominal cavity was full of maggots, so likely insects had consumed those organs.
Can you imagine if Matthew, let's just say he did this, and he's sitting here and he's listening to how this woman ended up for her demise and how tore up her poor body was. I'd be at a trash can knowing that I did that. But everybody's innocent until proven guilty. We have to have all the evidence before we can make an informed decision. So we don't know what happened to Stephanie. So we have to leave it at that. But anyways, it's just horrible. Horrible to hear this. I mean, I had to take an anxiety med. Sometimes it's a little much for me, but you know, when you do this type of stuff, you got no other choice. All right, let's continue because I'm going to have to end pretty soon.
And I think you note on page 4, no stomach, correct?
Correct.
No small intestine?
Correct.
How about a colon?
No colon.
Appendix?
No appendix.
Kidneys?
No kidneys.
Bladder?
No bladder.
Uterus?
Uterus, fallopian tubes, and ovaries were all absent.
Spleen?
Spleen was not there.
Tongue?
Tongue was not identified as well.
How about the brain?
There was no brain tissue left in the skull.
Again, did that significantly hamper your ability to draw conclusions in this case?
Yes.
Are these the types of organs that you would ordinarily examine and perhaps analyze if necessary during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
Did you collect any toxicology samples?
I collected skeletal muscle as well as tissue from the area of her liver and sent both of those specimens for toxicology.
Ideally, are those good sites to obtain samples from?
Generally, the liver is a better site than skeletal muscle if one has to use tissue for toxicology. Blood is the best specimen for toxicological analysis.
Why couldn't you send any blood?
Ms. Pavlons had no blood because of decomposition.
Okay. So in order for you to collect toxicology samples, you had to rely on the liver and the muscle.
Correct.
Again, are those ideal sources?
Not ideal.
Why not?
They're not as representative as blood would be. Like I said, liver would be a better specimen than skeletal muscle in some instances. In this case, from Ms. Pavlons, her liver was likely contaminated by insect detritus. So it's hard to know whether the levels in this specimen that was sent as liver are actually representative. for her, skeletal muscle is probably more reflective of the medication she had in her system.
You refer to insectitis?
Detritus.
Could you spell that? I saw Deidre give me a look.
Detritus.
What is that?
Droppings.
Okay. Insect droppings.
Yes.
Okay. So was the quality of the sample that you obtained from the liver in Ms. Pavlon's case good quality?
No.
It was contaminated by these insect droppings.
Necessarily so. I mean, there were probably fragments of decomposing maggots too, because maggots have a finite life cycle. So it's hard to know how much was actually liver tissue and how much was insect tissue.
Okay. What about the muscle? You said skeletal muscle, correct?
Yes.
Where did you obtain that from? Do you remember?
Skeletal muscle was obtained from the thigh.
Is that
of quadriceps?
I'm sorry. Is that generally a good source for toxicology testing?
It's not great, but it was more protected and less likely to be contaminated by insects or insect droppings than the liver tissue.
Okay. Sometime I've seen cases with you where you're able to collect toxicology samples from the vitreous fluid in the eyes, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to do that in this case?
No.
There was no other good source for you to get a sample for toxicology testing other than the liver and the skeletal muscle?
Correct.
Okay. Ultimately, were you able to reach a conclusion on cause of death?
The cause of death was undetermined, so no, I was not able to reach a conclusion as to why Stephanie was dead.
Okay. Were you able to reach a conclusion as to manner of death?
If cause of death is undetermined, then manner of death must be undetermined.
According to who?
That is the practice, and if you can't say whether the cause of death was a natural process, an intentional process, or an exogenous process perhaps inflicted by someone else, then you can't commit to any other cause or manner of death than undetermined. If you can't identify a cause, then you can't identify a manner.
Well, let me ask you something. Were you aware that Stephanie Pavlons had epilepsy?
Yes.
Is it possible she died from a seizure?
It's possible.
How are you not able to tell that, or why are you not able to tell that?
She had no brain left. I could not examine her brain for any features of epilepsy. She had no tongue, so I couldn't look for bite marks that might have been sustained during a seizure. The fact that she was found in the woods without any identification seems to suggest that it wasn't a seizure.
Okay. What about the position of the body? Did that tell you anything as to whether or not it was a seizure or not?
No.
You couldn't tell anything that way?
No.
Okay. So you said basically the fact that you cannot determine cause of death means you cannot determine cause of death, or they both must be undetermined.
If cause of death is undetermined, then manner of death has to be undetermined.
Okay. Did you review Ms. Pavlon's medical history?
Yes.
Did you review the police reports in this case?
Yes.
Did you review, or were you given information by detectives as the case was investigated further?
Yes.
Would you speak with them on occasion?
Yes.
Aside from the limitations at the autopsy because of the decomposition, was there any piece of information that you felt was missing or unavailable to you that would have assisted you in this case?
Other than being there and knowing what happened to cause her death, I mean...
Yeah.
videography would be great, but I feel like we did everything we could, or I did everything I could and looked at every piece of information possible that was available to me, and I can't think of anything else that would have helped.
Was this a challenging case for you, Dr. Shield?
Very.
One of your hardest cases ever?
Yes.
You spent a great deal of time thinking about it?
I did.
Okay. And I asked you earlier if you were able to determine, or if you were able to recall the time of death, when time of death was pronounced. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If I show you your investigator's report, would that refresh your memory in that regard?
Yes.
Okay. Just for the witness only, I'm going to put up, it's not an exhibit, Judge, I'm just using it to refresh recollection. It's Ms. Barth's investigative report.
That's fine.
Okay. Is it on your screen?
Yes, I just saw it.
Okay. What time did you pronounce time of death?
13:30 or 1:30 p.m.
Does it also note in Ms. Barth's report, or do you remember, I should ask first, do you remember when you got out to the scene, you examined the body, you make these detailed observations, correct?
Correct.
Are you taking notes, or is Ms. Barth taking notes, or?
Ms. Barth is taking notes.
Okay. And photographs of the body?
Correct.
Now, how long does it take you to do all this out there?
It depends on the case, but I believe I was probably out there for a bit longer because I was also collecting insect specimens.
Okay. And did you, at some point, the body is put into a body bag?
Correct.
Is that one of the last things you do?
Not always. For instance, for Ms. Pavlons, we needed to place her in a body bag, and then I needed to collect some more insects from underneath the body.
Do you remember what time it was when you...
All right, y'all. So I'm going to have to call it a day. I got to remember my time. 22 hours, 2.1531. All right. So thank you so much for joining me today. You all have a wonderful day. Thank you for joining me. Please like, share, and subscribe. And I will see you tomorrow morning. Bye.